Test, mic check. Oh, jeez. How y'all doing, chat? Sorry I'm a bit late. I was washing my clothes, and they're not dry yet, so I have to wear my backup clothes. It's a whole thing. How y'all doing? What's good? You know what I miss, chat? These headphones are cool. I got them for Christmas or whatever. I miss my earbuds. You're quiet. I want to start banning people who tell me I'm quiet, honestly. There's a list like the most annoying people in chat. It's people who tell me that I'm quiet. Sometime. What's up, chat? Hello. Happy Monday. Gosh, my hair is literally all over the place. What I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by all of your quiet comments was that I freaking miss my I miss my what's it called? My earbuds. I don't even know where I put them, honestly. What I can do is I can find my AirPods and connect my AirPods to my computer. Hold on. Hold on. I'm a genius. First of all, I'm gonna push this back there a little bit. Bring this over this way a little bit. I just realized I don't have my boot. Oh wait. Okay, sorry. I'm doing things, chat. Um, Here. Let's just let's do that. What's up? Give me 1 second. Is there a video I can put on while I go do this? Because I guess it's not really that important. Good morning, chat. How are you guys doing today on this fantastic Monday? Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Tess, Manx, thank you for the follow. Luca, Pan, Chad, thank you for the follow. Clarocha, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness. Things are getting so bad. Chopper Massive for the follow as well. And Dove in Medina, thank you for the follow. Hello. What's up? Um, yeah. Okay, so what was I gonna talk about? Bro, it's been a day, but as you guys know, streaming is such a tiring job. You don't get it, you don't understand. Like it's so tiring that when I end stream, it's so crazy. Like I go to sleep immediately because it's the hardest job in the world, bro. You don't get it, you don't understand it. Uh goes in the comments like it's just what it feels like. You know what I mean? Like on a real, like on like no memes, it actually does feel like I end stream, I go into a coma until the next stream. Even if I'm doing stuff. Like I will not register anything going on in my brain until I like wake up the next morning like, oh snap, I have to stream again. I end stream and then I have to wake up the next day and be like, I have to stream again. You know what I mean? But yes, one thing that I did do is yesterday, a bunch of us went and played Among Us. It was me, it was Little Bear, it was Graham, it was Fizz, there was Doodle, there was Vorlo, there was Jason, there was Joan, other people, Toxic. You didn't stream it? I did not stream it, no. I streamed for 8 hours in the morning. No one told them to schedule Among Us for so freaking late. 7 p.m. for me. You wanted me to stream from 10 o'clock in the morning to 7 p.m.? No, definitely not. Definitely not. But I did go crazy. I think I only lost one round. Actually, no, we still won that round. I only died once. We did lose one round. We lost one round. That I knew it was freaking LB in Brett. I called them out. I was running from them. I was like, oh Lord, they're gonna kill me. And it ended up being those two. Of course it was. But I kind of like immediately like, other than that, I kind of carried the entire game. I was like a sleuth. I was like a ninja, or Sherlock, that person, right? Well, I see some person, I'm like, huh, they're acting a little suspicious. To be fair, like Toxic was kind of also not great at the game. Arun also wasn't great at the game. They were terrible liars. Who was Vorlo? Terrible liar. Horrible liar. These people cannot lie to save their lives, like at all. So like Arun popped up outside of one of the holes and I pressed the meeting button and I was like, Arun, explain yourself. He was like, what happened? I was like, dog, I saw you pop out of the hole. He was like, bro, how did you even see me? Like, dog, you just gave yourself away. Toxic got baited by your chat a bunch of times, to be fair. But Toxic was like the imposter like 90% of the time, which is kind of funny. It was Toxic and Arun. Yeah, Toxic, I'm so sorry. You're just not that great at Among Us. But it's okay. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. But Vorlo also was like not good at lying either. Like Vorlo specifically, because I was matched up with Vorlo as the imposters for one round, right? And Vorlo was doing a lot of kills and stuff, and I was like biding my time, waiting, you know what I mean, chilling. And Vorlo went and killed, because we did a double kill in security, which was a sick double kill, right? They had no idea. Then Vorlo went to electrical, and I went past electrical into the cargo bay with Jason. I locked us inside, right? Vorlo killed in electrical and then vented out, and then Joan found the body, right? And then I had an alibi, right? I was like, bro, me and Jason, we were locked in cargo bay this entire time. Yeah, I ran past electrical, but I didn't go in electrical because I was heading to the cargo bay, right? Everybody else had an alibi. LB was like, oh, I was at reactor. Brett was like, I was at reactor. Joan was like, I found the body. I was coming down from reactor. Vorlo, where were you? All eyes turned to Vorlo. Vorlo was like, I was doing reactor. And I'm just like, oh, Lord. And then Joan was like, well, no, we were doing reactor, okay? He was like, well, no, I was in reactor too. I was like, okay, what did you do after reactor? Because reactor had ended like halfway through that round. And so all Vorlo had to say was to be like, oh, after reactor, I went up to med bay or something, or I went up to security to check the cameras or something. Just remove yourself from the situation. And Vorlo was like, wait. Are you sussing me out? Like, I was with the reactor. Are you saying that I'm sus? Like, dog, just say anything else. Just come up with a story that puts you away from where the body was. And Vorlo was just so suspicious to the point where I had to go and turn on Vorlo as well. I'm like, I don't know, Vorlo, that's kind of sus. You know what I mean? I'm kind of sussed out of Vorlo right now. Because, like, what am I supposed to do? Because I didn't kill the body. Vorlo killed the body, and Vorlo doesn't have an alibi. Not only does Vorlo not have an alibi, Vorlo has no plausible story for where he was during the entire match, right? Thankfully, right? Because then Vorlo got yeeted out. Because Vorlo, again, after that happened, Vorlo was like, you know what? It's either me or Joan, so I'm fine with you voting me out and then vote Joan out next time, right? And I'm like, why would you even give them that? So, of course, they vote Vorlo out, right? So now it's me, and then it's as the imposter, and then Jason's alive, Joan's alive, Brett's alive, LB's alive. Like, I have 4 or 5 people I need to kill. And so what I did was I was a genius, right? Because my plan was to stay like in security and check the cameras a little bit, do a couple of fake tasks, do a sabotage on the other end of the site. And while the people are running there, because Brett was watching me like a hawk, right? While the people were running over to the sabotage, I was gonna kill Brett, lock Brett's body in security, right? Run down and hide from everybody until they get back over to the right side. And there'll be 3 people left. And then I kill somebody else, lock their body in, right? And then just gaslight everybody else, right? That was my plan. Thankfully, Brett was watching me so closely that when I did the sabotage in oxygen, right? Nobody went and did it. So we won the match. You feel me? Nobody went to fix the sabotage. So I won by them not even doing their jobs. So I'm just saying. The only impossible one was when you were one of them. You were OP. But it was one after the fact as well, when some people left with LB and Brett. They had an imposter win. But yeah, other than that, I did kind of carry. For sure. For sure. I'm kind of cracked at Among Us, I will say. We'll play again too. Maybe next week. Yep, so that's happened yesterday. What else happened yesterday? I think that's really like it. That's like a cute girl boss. True. There's a new Vati video on the Elden Ring DLC. We'll watch that. We'll look at that. We can look at Mudahar. But I mean, who really wants to look at Mudahar? There's a video by Hello Feature Me about the Avatar series, but I haven't seen the series yet, so I might save that until I see the series. What did Muda do? Goodness, where do I start? There's a new FD Signifier video about incels make the world go round. Good insights or bad insights? Not great insights. He's a business owner, guys. He's giving his own slack. He's super busy all the time. He knows, so he knows that's true. Sorry. What should I eat, Chad? Should I eat breakfast? Because I haven't eaten breakfast yet. But they're trying to say relevance is being a social media person is so easy. True. He doesn't get it. It's so easy, right? Streaming and stuff. It's so simple. Also, is he actually a landlord? I want to see that. We could talk about the guy as well who self-immolated in front of the Israel embassy. I want to show the video, of course, but talk about the discourse surrounding it and how liberals are going nutty mode. You can't watch it? I wasn't going to watch it, Katie. I just said we'll talk about it. This is why listening is important. We are live. Of things. But what did I even put in the title? I don't even know. Sorts of things. And Elden Ring Club only returning soon. OnlyFans at 10K followers. We are allowed talking about all sorts of things. And Elden Ring Club only returning soon. OnlyFans at 10K followers. Not really perverts. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Sean in the Black. Hope there's power. No one should feel obligated to go to these links for good cause. They were depressed as far as I read about it. I haven't read that about it specifically. I know that here. We'll talk about it. Perverts Apollo. I mean, Apollo stopped thirsting over me since I took out the outfit. So good enough. I didn't want to put the self-immolation protest in my blast off tweet. It wouldn't have felt right. I think if you made OnlyFans, Apollo might actually turn to dust. True. Bro, Boxy is not a real person. I don't believe it, dog. I don't believe it. I just posted this. Is Boxy even in here? I don't know how to check that. I am real? I don't know. I do not know. Let me check my goal real quick. How close am I to Partner Plus? Do you think that's a doable goal, chat? This is completely separate from everything I just talked about. I'm pretty far. I think I'm like only halfway there. Let's see. You're 200 out of 350. You got this. It sucks that it doesn't count gifted subs, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Why can't I even see it? I don't even know where to find it. I know I set it up so y'all can see it though. Oh, my stomach is growling. I need to eat something. Which right after 10K. Well, you need to hit it for 3 months. You need to hit 3 months of 350. So, I wonder what's in here. I'm not gonna open. I almost clicked it on stream. Yep, nudes in bio. A tale as old as time. A tale as old as time. So yeah, let's get started with. This is a 40-minute video. This is an hour and 40-minute video. Is there anything shorter we can start with, chat? Let me close my door real quick. Is reacting to one is a dream come true? Oh no, we're not starting with this one. Obviously not. It's too long. New cars on shorter? No, thank you. Where's my... Oh. Wait. This is edging? What do you mean? I thought this was a... Whatever. Whatever, you leave me alone. Okay, we're back. I guess we can start with this video, or we can start with also Breakthrough. They were to follow, Crispy. They were to follow, Lightning Hobo. They were to follow, as well. Could start with Curtis Collard. No, thank you. They say that I'm good enough. Grabbing my That's when Squares take where to follow up. Turns Connor beef. Oh, you guys can't hear anything?
You'll see access point that will give way to this. what they're calling the Land of Shadow, a place that you can explore on June 21st as long as you've defeated Moog and Radahn.
Did I beat Moog on my account, on stream chat, on my Grug account? Honestly, okay. Grug is fun, but I might have to start a new character because I want to use like all the new weapons and stuff from the DLC, but I also don't want to ruin my Grug account club only run. You know what I mean? So I might start a new character, use that to beat Radahn and Moog, and maybe all the other stuff as well, like Melania, and then go do the DLC with the new character.
According to Miyazaki, the DLC is at least the same size as Limgrave in the base game, and this will be their largest DLC to date.
I'll be genius thing about follow.
Blood must spill. Blood of your fellows. They are truly faithful.
Interviews also reveal that there will be 8 new weapon categories and at least 10 new bosses.
They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
Enemies here are the vestiges of a war that occurred in the Land of Shadow.
Okay, so they're vestiges. So they're not truly like real. Right?
Just been obscured by the Erd Tree until now. So many
they're just like echoes of the past. Not like you're not actually literally being transported back to the past.
To designs that would be considered cursed or blasphemous in the lands between. And there's no better example of that than the newest member of Marika's family, Messmer.
Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction?
Just wait, no time travel? This is another realm?
So
that's what I said. It's like you're not literally being being transported back in time.
We're entering the DLC as a Tarnished that was sanctioned to become Elden Lord. But it seems events in the base game might pale in comparison to what's playing out here with Miquella, who arrived long before we did.
I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is doing here.
So let's talk about everything. I have analyzed every frame, translated every interview, and kind of haven't slept in 2 days.
Bro, why does Miyazaki always make the literal worst designs? Not worst as in like ugly, but like the most like grotesque designs, bro. First it was the freaking like birds and dogs in Caelid. Now it's like, is this like, what are we doing? So freaked by British hippos?
And I hope you enjoy.
Those stripped of the race of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Come now, touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Before we break down the story, I'm going to...
Maybe I'll play Bloodborne on stream. Chad, what do you think about that? Because I haven't played Bloodborne yet. I played like 10 minutes of it. But I have it. Oh, my mom's calling me. Sorry, Jet. My mother called me as well. What was I saying? I mean, Bloodborne is basically a horror game, and no, I did not promise that. Dragon Llama, what's up? Thank you for the 7-month resubscription.
Dragon Llama 12 just resubscribed.
Oh,
for
DMV
7
Studio, I
months.
can't talk right
Watch
now.
out,
Bro,
6 to the
chill.
Kenteku.
Also, where's Bears at? Show your face. Show your face, Bears. No, it's not. It basically is. Are Bears even here today? Okay, I'll get him when he gets in here.
Highlight what I think are 3 of the biggest gameplay details.
Oh, what I was gonna say is that we can play Bloodborne or start a Bloodborne playthrough today, and then redo or like make a new character for Elden Ring as we get closer to June. You know what I mean? So we play Bloodborne for the next couple of months, like a couple of months, like next 2 months maybe, because it might take that long to actually finish the game. So we finish that by April, May, and then we start a new Elden Ring gameplay playthrough with a new character to prepare for the DLC in May up until June 21st, where the DLC drops. Then we play the DLC. What do we think about that?
Found hidden in some translated interviews. First, Elden Ring's DLC will actually feature a new power scaling feature that will come into play while you're in the Land of Shadow. Here, our character will be able to upgrade.
Oh, is the music still on? It is. See, I can't hear it, so.
Their attack power in a way that is separate from your rune level. Let me explain that. So, Miyazaki mentions that this system is somewhat similar to how attack power works in Sekiro. In Sekiro...
Oh, I also haven't played Sekiro either. But I've downloaded Sekiro. Wait, I've at least bought it. Let me see. Steam.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't.
Sekiro. Yeah, I bought it and everything, but I just have not played it. So I have to play Bloodborne and Sekiro.
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
Sekiro is better than Bloodborne. You can poll it, see which one is better, which one I should play. Thank you for showing up, Bears. That's all I needed. I told you I'd do it yesterday. The Baker, thank you for the follow. Alicia Polo, thank you for the follow. And then Luscious Gandhi, thank you for the follow as well. I'm sorry. You're not sorry. You're setting me up for failure. Bloodborne isn't on PC, but I doubt it. I have a PS5, so I can play Bloodborne. Okay, no. Who put Dark Souls 2 in there, bro? Bro tried to sneak that one in. Hey, Dark Souls 2, how do you feel about that one? I will gift you a copy. I have Dark Souls 2. I have all of the Dark Souls games. I have all of the FromSoft games. Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 3. I've put 0 time into this. I've put 200 hours into Dark Souls 3 and 20 hours in Dark Souls 1, and I have not beat it yet. I've beaten Dark Souls 3 many times. Many a times. Has Robbie beaten Hollow Knight? No. I love Dark Souls 3. That's why I was so excited for Elden Ring to come out. How much did I put in Elden Ring? I'm curious. I've put, oh, it's so close. 217 hours in Elden Ring. It's almost equal.
You don't level attributes to do more
Hollow Knight was
damage.
my crack for a while. I will finish all the games that I haven't finished yet. Not all the games. Some of the games. Scholars of the first element, it's like a Mario Hidden Levels. It's made to be the secondary playthrough. Well, why would it be the actual game? Because I bought like a bundle or whatever. I don't even think you can buy the original Dark Souls 2 game on here. Also, I heard it sucks. So
like you would do in Elden Ring. Instead, your attack power can be raised by defeating certain bosses
Wrong.
and claiming their memories. So, a system like this is being added to Elden Ring, and it will be a new way to get stronger.
wait, chat. Which one should I play first? Should I play Sekiro first or Bloodborne first? We have like how many? March, April, May, June. You have 4 months until the DLC comes out. So we can play Sekiro for 2 months, Bloodborne for 2 months, and then get back to Elden Ring and play Elden Ring up to the DLC. Bloodborne because it's closer to Dark Souls gameplay. I mean, it doesn't really matter because like we can play both. Bloodborne, I have to bring out my PS5 from downstairs and set it up and stuff. But I have Sekiro on my computer. I can download Sekiro and play it today if you wanted to.
In the DLC, in addition to using runes to level up, as you're used to. The reason this is being added is because From Software know that there are a lot of players who will be going into the DLC at high levels with their completed characters. And so instead of having players with completed characters just steamrolling the content, they want players to have that classic experience of struggling against bosses and needing to explore other areas to get
I like
stronger.
this. This gives like Sekiro, the last boss fight, which I've saw, been spoiled on, if you will, vibes. You know what I mean?
To try again. So by adding a new attack power resource, and hopefully also by scaling our characters appropriately, I think this idea could be genius. And it's especially
Okay. This was some separate.
our
but like,
characters
I hate
appropriately. I think
this specific scene, not because he's pulling something out of his head, but because his neck is also being pulled, right? That's like the worst part for me. Like he's not even pulling like a spear out of his head, but it's his neck is extending as well. So he's not even like pulling it out of his head. He's pulling his entire head off. It's so grody. It's so grody. Watch.
this idea could be
Look,
genius.
Look at
And it's
you can see his neck cracking and spurting blood.
really important for a game like Elden Ring to have this, because this game will
wild.
live or die by the enormous, expansive world it has, and you need to want or need to explore that world. Next, of course the DLC will be getting many new weapons, but most interesting is that these new weapons span 8 new weapon categories. Elden Ring already had a ton of weapon types, so getting 8 more is actually kind of insane. So far we know 6 of these new categories. One is the dueling shield, which combines offense and defense.
Kinda sick.
Another are these reverse grip swords.
That's
that we've
also
seen
sick,
being
bro.
wielded in
I can
this
make Star Killer with freaking reverse grip like swords. That's awesome. Dragon Llama, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. So C11610, they would follow.
clip. And then there's weapons that enable a martial arts style.
That's awesome.
Reminiscent of the Dragon Bone Fist from Dark Souls 2, or the
Never played it. Also, kind of sucks.
Senpo monks from Sekiro. Miyazaki also mentions a large Japanese sword and a new large sword, whatever that means. But personally, I'm most excited for these. These are equipable throwing weapons where all of your melee attacks are thrown attacks.
That's pretty sick.
Elden Ring always had really smooth, ranged gameplay, but the weapons were so bad that it just wasn't worth playing, so I really hope these are viable. Anyway, the third gameplay point I want to mention is that, again, Miyazaki says that the DLC area...
Is that Rodrika? Rodrika? Or is that like a... Because her cape is blue instead of red.
Gameplay point I want to mention...
You know who I'm talking about, right? Rodrika build? Okay.
Is that...
I didn't know you can get her cape and stuff.
Miyazaki says that the
Do you have to kill her to get her cape?
The area should be at least the same size as Limgrave. But you need to bear in mind, this is coming from the same humble man who told everyone that Elden Ring would take about 30 hours to complete. So I wouldn't be surprised if Miyazaki is underselling the size of the DLC here, if anything. But that's enough about gameplay for now. Let's talk lore. Shortly after the DLC trailer released, I received an email from Namco Bandai about it, and they included this short poem. It reads, "The Land of Shadow, a place obscured by the Erd Tree, where the goddess Marika first set foot, a land purged in an unsung battle, set ablaze by Mesmer's flame. It was to this land that Miquella departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage, of all things golden. And now..."
Oh no.
Lord. Let's break that down, starting with the return of his promised Lord. Let's break that down, starting with the Land of Shadow. According to interviews with Miyazaki,
I guess he hasn't sent out poetry.
Land of Shadow is a place that has become physically disconnected from the Lands Between. So this isn't an alternate version of the Lands Between, nor does it seem like we'll be going backwards or forwards in time to access the DLC for once. And that is refreshing compared to past From Software DLCs. I am excited for a DLC that will expand on...
So it currently exists. So it's kind of like... It's kind of like the digital world from Digimon, right? In that it exists in parallel with the physical world, but it's just like separate. To our core, thank you for the 10-month resubscription. Much appreciated.
Just resubscribed for 10 months.
Present world for once, rather than a past or future world. That said, if anything, the Land of Shadow will definitely contain many remnants of the past, as it is a place obscured by the Erd Tree.
But my question is, could you access this by reaching into Miquella's egg? And Miquella is guiding you in the Land of Shadows. So my question is the Miquella that's guiding you real, a projection of the Miquella, while the real Miquella is still like dead inside of the egg? Or like, what's the deal with that? You know what I mean? I wonder what Radon has to do with this. Is you have to beat him too? Don't you have to beat Radon in order to go to Moog's palace or Moog's like area? Is that the reason why you have to beat him? I don't remember. I do everything in order anyway, so I don't really go out of order. Or can you just go to like the volcano? Wait, that's right card. How do you even get to Moog? Because I always used like the medallion to get to Moog. From old dude who said I was maidenless. I don't know.
The goddess Marika.
You can just go to Moog? Really? Yeah, I never do that.
First set foot. If this place can be obscured...
We're doing the quest where you go to the consecrated snowfields? Oh, yeah, I usually always do Moog before going to the consecrated snowfields. Like, literally. I just go, I do the quest, get the medallion. Because it's such a great farming spot, you know what I mean? It's so easy to just go to Moog, go to the farming spot, use a bow and arrow, and farm up some runes. Oh, is it late game? Oh. Couldn't be me.
Erd Tree exists, then I lean towards thinking that this might have always been some sort of shadowy dimension, rather than once physically being a part of the lands between landmass. Although there is a nicely sized gap right in the middle of the lands between where this might fit.
Well, I just learned that I didn't even know there was a way to get to it normally. So I just thought that the teleporter was like the official way.
But I think the Erd Tree does generate a ton of light, so the idea of a land of shadow being obscured by the Erd Tree kind of makes a lot of sense. As for why this place became obscured by the Erd Tree, I think we
far to get there?
lay the
Really?
blame squarely at the feet of Marika.
I think it's crazy how we've all had like a different experience with this game. You know what I mean? We've all played the game. I think most of us have beaten the game, but like, we've all had such a different experience with the game, and there's still so much you can experience, even if you've beaten the game a number of different times. It's pretty sick. So I consider it a masterpiece.
The Erd Tree
It's pretty
is
sick.
her age, after all, and this age only came about when she ascended to godhood and became the vessel of the Elden Ring. The biggest part that's always been missing from Marika's story
Okay,
is
chat.
what
But be real with me. America kind of bad, right?
happened before
Let me
she
stop.
became a god. And the shadow of the Erd Tree seems to hide the answers to that exact question, since the poem calls the Land of Shadow the place where the goddess Marika first set foot. Marika setting foot in this place before setting foot in the lands between makes a lot of sense, because we've always known that Marika isn't from the lands between. She's a part of the Newman race, and the Newman are said to have come from outside the lands between. The character creator calls the Newman supposed descendants of denizens of another world. So either this other world is the Land of Shadow.
So America just rocked up. The two fingers were like, "You're kind of bad, dog. We want you to be our goddess." And then like somehow she ascended to godhood, and then like began like the ruler of this new supposed lands, and gets to dictate whatever. And now the other rulers of the lands are all her children. Like this is, it's so like I'm confused. Like, what did anybody get out of making her like the goddess, or did she come about was like, oh, here's a land that's kind of empty, I'll be the new god or whatever? Like, is that what she did? Like, I'm so confused. I guess we don't know. And I don't know if we will ever know truly. I don't know if this is important. You know what I mean? Like, for example, in Demon Souls, where like you have like the land beyond the fog, right? And you're like, oh, like what's beyond the fog? You know what I mean? Like what's out there beyond the world as we currently know it, and you just don't know. The answer's like, who knows? You feel me? It's kind of like that. Which like, it's just, you never have an answer for it. Melly, what's up? Frozen 2. You're correct, bro.
And
Mid Greedy think we're to follow, and
originates
Frosty Frankie think we're to follow as well.
from there, or Marika comes
In fact, the
from
first Elden Lord is actually the ancient dragon lord Placidusax. Was he the first Elden Lord? I thought Godfrey. Was he the first Elden Lord? Was he Elden Lord? I don't know, dog. Also, didn't they hate the dragons?
inside the lands between and outside the Land of Shadow, but simply set foot in the Land of Shadow before venturing to the lands between. Either interpretation could
Technically,
be
he was
true
a
at
lord
this
before
point,
Elden Lords.
I think.
Okay.
At any rate, it seems like the Land of Shadows is extremely important to
Also,
Marika.
what does Elden Lord even mean? You know what I mean? What does Elden Lord even mean? Because like, you at the end become Elden Lord. You just sit on the throne, but like, are you just like, this is my space now? I'm kind of chilling. You're banging the god or goddess. And if you go with Ronnie, you're right. My first playthrough, I did go with Ronnie. You're like the consort of Marika? Ah. Wait. Marika was banging a dragon? Hold on. We're asking the wrong questions here. How did Marika bang the dragon? Hold on. We're asking the wrong questions here. There goes the first goddess post-dragon. Okay. Who did Placidusax bang to become Elden Lord then? That's my question. Because the Elden Lord means you're banging the goddess himself. Interesting. Interesting. Now we're asking the right questions. No, it doesn't. That's what chat said. possesses making the giant dragon in the capital. Now that's super interesting because that dragon is huge. Basilisax is like baby in comparison to that huge dragon. So like Basilisax and how that huge dragon, they were just who banged who I need to know. That's the entire game, right? The entire game is just who bangs who. That's it. This is like what the smartest, not necessarily the strongest.
Because
But then that goes back to my question on what does it mean to be Elden Lord? You know what I mean? How does that what does that mean? What does that mean? Is it just you're super strong? Like, is that all that it means? The chosen best of all the other lords, I think. Okay, well, does that mean you becoming Elden Lord is kind of meaningless because you kind of just killed everybody else? You know what I mean? You just like, you murked literally everybody else. It's like, all right, you're the best now. Like, dog, you just killed everybody else. You're not the best. You have no competition. That's pretty funny. But I guess that could make you the best. Where did the fingers come in? That's what she said. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Miyazaki drops a huge detail on that note, stating that the Land of Shadows is the
That's why
place
all our hate the
where
Tarners, they all earn their titles. He goes literally trying to kill everyone. I mean, to be fair, they could just give the titles up, not stand in my way. It's kind of chilling. But also, you don't have to beat like Melania or Rykard or like you only have to beat 2 of like the 5 shard bearers or whatever, right? To become the Elden Lord. So even then, technically, you're not the best because Melania could be running around. You know what I mean? Or just sitting at her desk, being like, "I'm chilling right now," and you could be like, "I am the strongest of them all," and you didn't kill like all of the shard bearers. So like, does it truly mean you are the best? 2 shards open the path to the throne room, not to become Elden Lord. But you can become Elden Lord without killing Melania. If they kill the Elden Beast. Okay, so it's not about being the best of like the lords, if you will, like those who are in competition to become the Elden Lord. It's just you gotta kill the beast. Which we could get into. What even is the Elden Beast? You feel me? Like what even is the Elden Beast? Personally, to me, I like it when the final boss of From Software games are like humanoid in some aspect. Right? And the Elden Beast kind of like is not even that difficult of a fight as comparison to like X, Y, and Z. Is the vassal for the greater will. I thought the 2 fingers were the vassal for the greater will. Because I believe vassal just means someone who speaks for, right? The vessel, as in someone who holds the power of the greater will, would make sense to me. Right? But even then, why does the greater will have so much power? And the, like, I don't know, Scarlet Queen, Princess, or whatever, and the other, like, greater deities or whatever of the lands between have so little power? I'm so confused. There's so many questions. There's so many questions. There's 2 tests that the Lord has overcome. First, you have to beat the current Lord shown by fighting Radagon. That only unleashes the power on top of the hour ad break. Okay. It is top of the hour. There will be an ad break. And I'm running the ad break right now. Whatever. Because Elden Beast had already established his domain expansion. True. You know what? This is separate, but like the Jujutsu Kaisen game is so like disappointing. You know what I mean? Y'all see that game? Vassal is a holder of land, not a speaker. He's the guardian of the greater wills. No. But we don't see him holding any land though. All franchise games are pretty bad. I mean, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 is pretty cool. It's pretty sick. The Naruto Arena Fighter games are pretty good. Not great, but they're pretty decent. You see they're making an Avatar game? No, they're not. I do not believe that to be the case. Fighters is fun. Fighters is fun because it's not an arena fighter. It's an actual fighting game. The power of the greater world is the land. Is it? You ever played Smash Bros? What kind of question is that? No. Yes, I've played Smash Bros before. Did you ever into the Persona series? I did not. I did not. There's a really old Dragon Ball Arena Fighter game. I forgot the name though. Dragon Ball Arena Fighter game. I guess there's a lot of Arena Fighter games in Dragon Ball. You have Dragon Ball Z Budokai 1, 2, and 3. Budokai Tenkaichi 1, 2, and 3. You have Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Tenkaichi. You have Dragon Ball Z Raging Blast 1 and 2. You have Dragon Ball Z Burst Limit. You have Dragon Ball Z Battle of Z. You have Dragon Ball Z Sagas. Dragon Ball Z, which is not a arena fighter, but it is a Dragon Ball Z game. You have the Legends of Goku. You have Dragon Ball Z. What else did I miss? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Dragon Ball Z. I think that's most of them. That's most of them. Legend of Goku 2 was peak. Legend of Goku 2 was a good game. I love the Game Boy era Dragon Ball Z games. Booth Fury wasn't my favorite, but it was chill. Tetris best game though. So people always come here and ask me if I play Yakuza. I have not played Yakuza. I have not. I have not done it. Yeah, let's continue.
Became a god, and the golden tree was born. I can't wait for the DLC to elaborate on those circumstances. When Marika did claim the Elden Ring, her most significant act was removing the Rune of Death from it. Afterwards, many previous cultures of death were rendered obsolete, as souls were now supposed to return to the Erd Tree. So, if souls started to return to the Erd Tree, where they were presumably...
I had this tab open. I was supposed to about to start a video training for Epic, and I was shocked to find that Sean was hired to voice act it. True. Hello. Wait, hold up. Hello. Hello. Welcome to Epic Games. We here at Epic Games do a lot of things, from cutting edge technology with our Epic Game Launcher to our game development software on Unreal Engine 4, now Unreal Engine 5, now with nanites. You've been hired at Epic Games, and now it's time for you to start your training. First step first, make sure you input your security code right now. Thank you very much. Now we've verified your identity, you can finally get into training. Here at Epic Games, we have a few policies. We love our workers, but hate women. I'm so sorry. I was thinking, like, what would a game development company say in their training? And it'd be something about women being stupid. No, wait, that's Activision. You're right. It's Activision, not Epic Games. Sorry, my bad. I get them confused. You feel me? They all blur together. If you didn't know, that's what I was referring to. Activision Blizzard faces lawsuit and employee backlash over sexual harassment. So, and she was Ubisoft. It's all of them. I think him surely doesn't hate women too. Surely doesn't hate women. It was Activision. I mean Bethesda. I mean Blizzard. I mean Riot Games. I mean, yeah, basically. Another one. This was a little bit ago. This was in 2013. Wait, this was like 2 months ago. It was updated 2 months ago. This is 2022.
Reborn. Where were souls going before that? Now, this is just speculation, but is it possible souls once went to the Land of Shadow? Could the Land of Shadow once have been a sort of afterlife? As evidence for this claim, consider that A. Mikola only managed to depart to the Land of Shadow when he divested himself of his grace and his flesh, so his death led to him being here. Next, trailer dialogue explains that those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame. So those who are stripped of the grace of gold have to meet death in this place. And the last bit of evidence for this speculation is that...
Wait, does that mean that Messmer and... Hold on. Does that mean that Messmer and Mikola were at odds? Because the trailer says those who are devoid of grace shall meet death in the lands between. And Mikola had divested himself from his, from grace, from the light of the Erd Tree to enter the Land of Shadows. Right? So maybe Mikola brings us in to kill Messmer because Messmer wants to kill him because he is devoid of grace. Maybe, I don't know. I've heard other stories about Blizzard, like the remote worker was promised a promotion and started doing the work already for months on end and didn't receive any money promised after he quit to try to prevent him from working for 3 months with no pay using a non-complete cause. I did not hear about that, but that is not remotely surprising to me. That's capitalist things.
Shadowy realm of death alluded to in Elden Ring lore, called the Helfen. So, since we know that the Erd Tree disrupted the previous cycles of death in the lands between, it definitely makes sense to me that the Erd Tree might obscure the Land of Shadow beyond just being a bright source of light. It might have replaced its existence as a sort of afterlife, but I could definitely be wrong on the afterlife stuff, so let me know what you think. At any rate, the Land of Shadow has now become relevant again, for the Tarnished have found a way to enter this forsaken place. The poem goes on to read, "A land purged in an unsung battle."
Do you guys think we're going to get a second DLC as well? I think we will. I think Elden Ring is so successful that we're going to get another DLC after this where we fight and kill America specifically. Because America has shown up a lot in the story. Right? But like, I don't know. I think so. From Servers said in a recent profit report that they're planning to take Elden Ring as far as possible, which they can do because it is so large. They already said they're not working on a second DLC right now or like ever.
Set ablaze by Messmer's flame. I interpret this as the land was purged in an unsung battle, and then it was set ablaze by Messmer's flame. These seem to be two separate things. So first, let's talk about the war, the unsung battle. In an interview, Miyazaki references the war when he was asked about this Wicker Man enemy, and replies, "So this giant basket of flame was a terrible, gruesome weapon used in a war that occurred in the Land of Shadow. The kindling that you see is actually the remains of bodies that were put in there to burn. As for whose enemies were put inside the Wicker Man, I'd wager that it was Marika's enemies, since she's the one who came out victorious as a god and with the Golden Tree as well. Just speculation though. Zully the Witch points out that the Wicker Man traces its origins back to Celtic myth, where people were allegedly sacrificed within a wicker statue, and many other users have pointed out that this design may have instead been drawn from Berserk.
They were never saints.
Spoilers! I'm reading Berserk right now. I'm on chapter 2. Spoilers!
Be on the losing side of a war.
If you look closely, you can actually see a mane of red hair attached around a face on the Wicker Man's upper thighs. Red hair like this is referenced in the Giant's Red Braid, which reads, "Every giant is red of hair," and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Incidentally,
Was Radagon a giant? Or did he just hate his red hair because of giants?
red hair here is just one of many symbols in the trailer that are considered blasphemous over in the lands between. Omen horns, for example, are another such symbol of despised beings under the Golden Order, and omen horns are seen here
he's as
on
big
the
as a
Wicker
giant?
Man.
Not really. Radagon's pretty... When we see him, he's pretty, like, you know what I mean? He was trans. He was trans. This is true. Trans icon, Radagon. I think it was just he partook in the slaughter of giants, and they cursed him for it, if I recall correctly. I don't know about that, because what Vadi just said was that he despised every giant has red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. So he's a giant. No, it said their kind, or they're referring to all the giants. They, the giants, cursed him. I think he's half giant, to be honest. There's other lore about this working page that Elden Ring clarifies, I believe. I just going to tell you this, but the Fire Giant placed a curse on America and Radagon's hair, turning it red, and as a result of that, he hates his hair because it's akin to the giants that they've been fighting for so long. Only the giants have red locks, which is why him having it stand out is pretty suspicious. The giants are supposed to be their enemies. Okay, where's the item description at? What item was it? Damn, Radagon's a hoe. What a whore. He left Renala for America and had 3 kids by America, as well as having 3 kids by Renala. Have the whip woven from the flame red hair of a fire giant. Every giant has every giant is red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps it was a curse of their kind. That's the only thing that refers to it, because the wiki itself says in the notes, Radagon was said to have despised his own red hair, as it was perhaps the result of a curse by red-haired fire giants. So it's just conjecture. It's one of those things that kind of got passed around in like the Elderman community. That's could have been like become like colloquially known, as opposed to like something that's like in canon itself, right? Unless y'all can find me the item description that was like, you know, he was cursed by fire giants, instead of it being like, oh, this was the curse of the fire giants, right? Saying perhaps that was the curse of their kind, right? So this can be read as the fire giants cursed Radagon to have red hair, but it can also be read as giants are cursed to have red hair, right? And Radagon is just somebody who also had red hair as well, which he also had the curse of the fire giants, right? It can also be read as that. I think it's vastly agreed upon in many lore videos, as far as I remember. It's been a while since I watched them. I think I agree with Tuxedo Friday in that they're putting a lot of stock in the perhaps, right? A lot of stock in the perhaps. Or it's supposed to be read that fire giants are cursed to have red hair because Radagon hated it, like retrospectively. That also can also be read like that as well. For sure. Ring lore, basically. Like if America / Radagon were always united, the giants would have absolutely had a reason to curse them because America led genocide against them. They weren't always united. They were two separate beings, from what I understand. Two separate beings. Radagon, who got married to Renala. America, who got married to Godfrey. Godfrey was stripped of his grace, cast out of the land between. Radagon left his wife, divorced his wife for another woman, right? Radagon, more like Legion, am I right? Sorry. Married America as two separate beings. At some point, they combine into one person. Somehow, some way. Bada bing, bada boom. That's how we got to where we were today. Japanese version leads to the curse theory more. I can't read any of this. The fire giant's thick whip made of braided fiery red hair. The giants all had red hair, and Radagon despaired his own red hair. Was it the giant's curse? I guess this can be read as it was the giants cursing Radagon. But again, with this, I can still see it being read as Radagon hated his red hair, but was it the giant's curse to have red hair, or did the giants curse Radagon to have red hair? You know what I mean? This can still be read both ways. The Bloodlines curse, to be honest, yeah, that's what I'm reading it as. Like it's a curse of the bloodline. I think the point is that you can read it either way. You can either read it as he was cursed by the giants to have red hair, or the giants were cursed to have red hair, right? It's like if you would have said like any feature that somebody had that was discriminated against, they were cursed to have that feature because of what Radagon and America were doing. They were leading a genocide of giants, and giants had a defining feature of having red hair. right? So is it the giant's curse to have red hair? I'm not saying that that's the reason why they're genocided, but it's a defining feature for their genocide, right? Like, for example, like enslaved people in American history, right? They got slaves, they having black skin or dark skin, like brown skin, if you will, right? You can say the like slaves' curse of having black skin because of the treatment of enslaved people, those who also had like, you know, black or brown skin, instead of the skin itself being cursed or being the result of a curse, right? And taking somebody, like somebody said earlier, like Uncle Ruckus or like Uncle Tom or whatever, right, could feel as the skin that that person has that they were born with is also a curse. They could feel as though they were cursed by black people to also have black skin, instead of like actually being cursed by black people to have black skin, right? It's more like not like of a specific curse, but instead of the colloquial use of like just being cursed, like being unfortunate, if you will. But we just don't know if it means curse as an actual like magical, spiritual ritual being put upon somebody else, or curse as it means to be unfortunate. But I think that word choice is very deliberate because it's supposed to invoke maybe both, right? In that it's supposed to invoke the giant's anger at Radagon for maybe turning across his own kind, and like him being like cursed or whatever and unfortunate to be like having that red hair, or being angry at Radagon for genociding them and then cursing him with a representation of what he hates the most. I think it can be both for sure. We just don't really know. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I think it leads more to a complex character if Radagon was not necessarily part giant, but was just born with red hair, and then gives him a reason, if not not a justifiable reason, right? But it gives him a superficial reason to hate the giants, right? Because it represents something he hates within himself, as opposed to Radagon just being evil or just being a bad person, and him being retroactively cursed by the giants. But again, I think that's also not bad, because now he's forced to live with being a part of something that he hates. You know what I mean? That's also a decent point. I think the DLC will give us clarity on this, but from what I understand, I believe Radagon was part of America, and America was a Newman, which was a race of giant people from a distant land. So it's possible that she was upset with a part of her the same traits as a giant. The same kind of a curse happened to Moog, and the other omens are cursed with being born with horns. It's actually a good point though, but like we don't, which is true, that we don't know that like we do know that Moog and Morgott were born as omens, right? We do know this, and so I think it actually is a good example of like Morgott as being somebody who like embraced something that is hated about him from other people, not letting it guide him, but also kind of selling himself out a little bit by staying with the Golden Order, even though they despise him, as opposed to Moog, who just like absolutely like despises everybody because of his treatment as an omen, right? I feel like America and Radagon split from one being, so he could not have been a giant. We just don't have clarity on that. We don't know if they were two separate beings who combined, or if they were one being who split and then recombined. You know what I mean? We just don't know.
Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Incidentally, the red hair here is just one of many symbols in the trailer that
Let's
are
wait for something
considered
for sure.
blasphemous.
We do know there were one at some point. Yes, we do know there were one at some point. But it's not clear whether or not they had started as one. Right? Or started as the same being.
over in
Per
the lands
se.
between. Omen horns, for example, are
Play the video?
another
No.
such symbol of despised beings under the Golden Order, and Omen horns are seen here on the Wicker Man, here upon the Lion Dancer, here on these enemies, and even upon the roaring Rune Bear thing, which also has that red hair. And then there's this hippo thing that's using an aspect of the Crucible, which were also aspects that became despised and scorned. And then there's a spirit wielding the Iron Cleaver that's the signature weapon of the
Bro,
Misbegotten,
can I make this thing smaller? I can't even see what's going on.
who were also despised. So, lots of blasphemous symbols going on.
I'll time
but
everybody out.
No character in the
You're not
DLC
safe either.
has as many of them as Mesmer, who is the character that is at the heart of the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC, maybe even more so than Mikola. This is the demigod who would set
You
ablaze
taking the editor
the land
away
of
whenever you do
shadow.
that?
Mother,
I don't know how to fix it.
wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
So this is Mesmer, and the mother he mentions is
Oh wait, I
Queen
found it.
Marika.
Role manager.
An official interview makes this quite clear. To quote Miyazaki, and you may have seen at the end of the trailer, there was this piece of key art where it shows Mesmer sat in this.
You know who also is never here? Sorry, I just saw this when I was adding people. Added Katie back as an editor. Freaking Hasanabi Industries is also never here. Let's see, who else is never here? Spadoodle Bob stopped showing up. Spadoodle Bob left.
Throne-like chair.
Can I have my badge back? Oh, jeez.
And people who've played the game may recognize this throne to be one of those from the boss room where you battle
Have you played
Morgoth.
Helldivers 2 yet?
And
Yes, I played Helldivers 2. It's a very fun game. I want to play more of it.
This represents the thrones at the base of the Erd Tree, and it's supposed to symbolize that Mesmer stands on equal footing to these other demigods and children of Marika who sat around in these thrones and held the rooms of the Erd Tree. So he is an important figure who rivals these other demigods, and as you play the DLC, you will learn a little about why he wasn't featured in the Legends of the Erd Tree, the Lands Between. You'll realize why he exists in this shadow, this land of shadow. As to who Mesmer's father is, well, there are many
Radagon.
signs that they're a product of Radagon.
Yeah, that's not even like a surprise. Also, Mocha, thank you for the follow. Simposter, thank you for the follow. Argonaut, thank you for the follow. Dovergar, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Jumuru, thank you for the follow. B Advengia, thank you for the follow. Or Advenviga, thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. Mint Fresh, thank you for the follow. One Q Fox, thank you for the follow. Mid Grease, thank you for the follow as well. Jeez Louise.
For one, there's the red hair, and then there's the fact that Mesmer's name starts with M, which suits the naming convention for the children of Marika Radagon, who are Mikola, Melania, and possibly Melina. Speaking
Again, this is me just speaking out of nothing. Don't think Melina is a daughter of Radagon. I don't. She's too different. She's too different. And I do think Tuxedo Friday had a good take last stream with like the rule of threes, right? You have Rykard, Ronnie, and Radon. You have Moog, Morgott, and who was the other one? Godfrey, which might be his own thing. Don't know. But now you have Melania, Mikola, and then Mesmer. I always thought that Melina was a finger maiden. No, Melina said that she was acting as a finger maiden, not that she is a finger maiden. She is still a daughter of America. I think her father or mother, it doesn't really matter in this world, you know, trans rights, is somebody else that we just don't know. And I think if there is a second DLC, it would be about her. Also, yeah, Mikola and Melania are twins, I believe.
Speaking of Melina, we've talked many times about the butterfly theory, which posits that all children of Radigan America have a butterfly.
I think that Melina is a daughter of America and Godfrey, like Nefeli. Nefeli is not a daughter of America. That's the thing, though. Nefeli is the daughter of Godfrey, right? Horlu. But she is not a demigod. She is a separate daughter that Godfrey probably had while he was cast out from the lands between, just chilling with all the other Tarnish over there. Right? Nefeli is separate. I mean, Nefeli is daughter of Godfrey. Melina is daughter of America. Oh, yes, you're correct on that. This is why you should not have children out of wedlock, chat. Wait, Melina is daughter of America. I thought that was just religious saying like you're the son of God or something. No. She's actually the daughter of America. Of America. I don't think it's like an inference or whatever, or like I think like she's actually is like, or at least she believes she is the daughter of America. We are taking Melina's word for it. We don't know if it's true. You know what I mean? We don't know if it's true, but we kind of have to take her word for it. Rona acts as a finger maiden and is rumored to be somebody called the Glomide Queen due to the madness ending. She's rumored to be related to the Glomide Queen in some way. She could be the Glomide Queen, right? But it is also equally as possible that she is the daughter of the Glomide Queen and America. You feel me? That is possible as well. Is it the case? Probably not. Because everything I say is incorrect. But it is also possible.
Of their own. Mikola's is the nascent butterfly, Melania's is the Aeonian butterfly, and since Melina is the kindling,
I think there's a chance that Melina was the Glomide Queen. There is a chance.
We've long speculated that hers was the smoldering butterfly, but now it seems
I don't think she's related on the same level. I just don't. I never did. And now Mesmer being a thing kind of proves me correct. But I never thought that Melina I never thought it was like Mikola and Melania and Melina. I never thought that was the case. You feel me? I think Melina is something different. She might just be like the like just like a separate child. Like Melina just like spawned out of America or something.
I could belong to Mesmer instead, given his much more overt flame symbolism.
I'm just wondering what her connection to the three fingers. What is anybody's connection to the three fingers? The three fingers is just something that's just kind of never truly been explained. You feel me? I forgot about Rena. Rena is just Ronnie's teacher. I think Rena is just a person. You know what I mean? Just a regular like witch that taught Ronnie how to like transfer her soul or whatever into the body of a doll and do away with her flesh. I don't think Rena is like too important to the entire mythos outside of outside of that. I thought Rena was also a daughter of America, though. No. Rena is just a name that Ronnie took from her mentor. I don't believe that she's like a daughter of America.
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
Unless I read that wrong. Right? This is getting confusing. This is getting confusing. I drew up a paint thing a little while ago. You're right. Rena and Ronnie are the only daughters of Renala, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure Rena is just Ronnie's teacher, Ronnie's mentor, the person who taught Ronnie's magic, right? Rena is just a person. The person who taught Ronnie about how to use magic and how to transfer her body out of her physical body into the soul of the doll and all the stuff that Ronnie does magic wise. That's what Rena taught. When Rena died or just disappeared or whatever, Ronnie took Rena's name. She said, "I am Rena the Witch," when she's introducing herself to the character, right? Later on, when we go to Ronnie and meet Ronnie at our tower, she's like, "I lied to you. My name is not Rena the Witch. Rena was my teacher. My name is Ronnie." And we kind of find out that Ronnie is just like, the daughter of Renala and Radagon. That's what I believe happened. That's what I remember being is a thing. She had the name and the likeness and the doll she possessed is made after Rena. Yes, precisely. So what we even see, the baddie we see, isn't even like actually what Ronnie looks like. Ronnie's actual body is on top of one of the divine towers. Maybe the one in, not Caelid, Limgrave, one of the divine towers, where you see her body is like burned up next to the body of the Two Fingers. Right? That's where she did away with her flesh.
That said, there
The one in Stormvale, that one.
is a fourth pink butterfly featured in the trailer now, so it's possible the butterfly theory might still have wings.
Ray Lucaria? Okay, well, I just take what people's words for it. Ray Lucaria would make sense because that's where her mom taught. Y'all just be saying stuff sometimes. I don't even think y'all played the games. Y'all just be saying stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll take your word for it because like I don't know everything. You're so confident. So confident. Due to this being DLC, being about the shadow and Melina being rumored to be the gloom-eyed queen, I think we'll learn a lot more here, especially with her marks on her eye, like similar to Mesmer's wings. I do think it's because I think something that a video we saw last stream talked about how they thought or theorized that Mesmer, cause I also believe this as well, that Melina has died before, right? And this is why she comes back with basically no memories, right? No memories, no idea of who she is, right? No body, except with one mission to be like, I have to burn myself at the tree. And the video we saw before was saying that like, oh, maybe Mesmer used Melina to burn the Erd tree to the state that we see in the Land of Shadows. Now, I don't know if that's fully the truth, but it would make sense for Melina to have been going through this cycle in the same way we see like the lives of other people, of other Tarnished dying and being returned to the Erd tree. But Melina is different than those other people because Melina is the daughter of Marika. And so Melina could for sure have a huge role to play in the Land of Shadows. Maybe Melina was like the first kid of Marika, but she just keeps dying. You know what I mean? Every time there's a big transition between the Land of Shadows to the Land Between, from the Land of between the the madness-stricken land that we see in the Three Fingers ending, from the lands between to the burning of the Earth Tree that we see in most traditional endings. It's always Melina is there. It's Melina's there, Melina's there, Melina's there, right? So it's not a stretch for Melina to be to some degree involved with the transition from the land of shadows into the lands between, and her being used by her mother to bring about that transition. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibilities.
If Mesmer
Her name was Melania. That's a different person.
was legitimately born alongside the other children of Marika Radigan, that actually places his existence a little bit later in the timeline. Still in the age of the Erd Tree, but after Radigan left Renala for Marika. Whatever the case, Mesmer would find himself in the land of shadow.
Okay, also, I think my food's here. I'll be right back.
Delivering death to those stripped of the grace of gold.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Since this line is delivered by a third party, it seems there's a common belief here that Mesmer's role is to deliver death to those stripped of grace who find themselves in the land of shadow, including, apparently, our Tarnished, who finds themselves at odds with Mesmer.
Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
In this dialogue, I think Mesmer is questioning why Marika has...
This is a long video and we're only like halfway through.
has seen fit to restore grace to the Tarnished and sanction their lordship, guiding them to become Elden Lord, even though in his eyes we are bereft of light. Mesmer strikes me as a bit of a rebel and an outcast. He's not what you'd expect from someone who is clearly killing people who have been stripped of the grace of gold. But I do ultimately think that he holds Marika in high regard. I do think he's doing this on her behalf.
I mean, that's basically how all the characters are.
The fact that he sits on a...
Most, okay, not most, some don't. Right, like Rykard, Moog are some exceptions. But most of the characters are just kind of doing what Marika wants. Also, Ronnie's also another exception. So, like, well, I guess it kind of makes sense that half of the characters are doing, like, Marika's bidding. Like, Morgott, Mesmer, Melina, and such. Or a third. The other third being, maybe even, like, Radahn to a certain extent. The other third being Rykard, Ronnie, Moog are directly antagonistic of what, you know, Marika wants. And the other third just kind of do their own thing, right? They're like, I don't care about anybody else except for what I want to do. And that's like, you're like Radahn's and stuff. It's pretty sick.
Demigod's throne might be evidence enough, but in an excellent bit of photo manipulation by user Woosa69 on Reddit, we can clearly spy a statue of what seems to be Marika in the background. It has her signature braid and her armband as well, and uniquely, she's holding a baby who could be Mesmer, but that's just speculation. We know Marika uses people, even her enemies, even the blasphemous. She will keep a fire giant alive just so it can watch over something for eternity. She will disguise herself as Radigan, make her biggest rival fall in love with him and then abandon that rival and undo them from within. She will condemn the misbegotten and then get one of them to craft weapons for a tarnished so that they can become Elden Lord. So in a similar way, I feel like Mesmer being useful to Marika, despite very clearly being a blasphemous character, really isn't that strange. But what do I mean about Mesmer being blasphemous?
She's a dick, dog. This whole game can be changed from Elden Ring to, man, Marika's a dick, right?
Well, first, there's the snake.
All of them need therapy, bro. Put them all in a room. All of the children of Marika in one room. And be like, talk it out. First person stands up and be like, hey guys, name's Ronnie. Our mom or dad was a dick, right? Everybody be like, yep, yeah, she's like the Umbrella Academy. Like season 1 of the Umbrella Academy, where all of the characters come back together for the funeral of their like adoptive father. And they were like, dog, our adoptive father was kind of a dick, right? He's kind of sucked. It's like exactly like that. That's what they need. You know what I mean? The Sprite's terrible.
Snakes. According to the Gravekeeper cloak, the snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erd Tree. And now we don't know if they're talking about Mesmer's snake or the Great Serpent, which is what we assumed before. Whatever the case, there's no way that Mesmer's snakes would be looked upon favorably by the Golden Order. In the Erdtree Colosseums, for example, the audience delighted in seeing the bronze snakes on the armor of the gladiators be beaten and battered. And then there's Mesmer's usage of flame. According to the Spark Aromatic, fire was prohibited to those who served the Erdtree. And while this rule was forgotten as the war drew ever on, I do think Mesmer might have some links to the flame of the Fell God, if I had to guess. He's got the red hair, and snakes do appear on the Giant's Flame Forge in the mountaintops, but I'll admit these connections are pretty
I think Mesmer literally just like is emo. That's my take. My take after seeing this video, being 20 minutes in this video, is that Mesmer is just a teenager who hates his mom. And he's like, dog, mom, it's not a phase, bro. Mom, these snakes are not a phase, bro. Mom, of course I'm using fire, okay? I know you don't like it, but like, it's not a phase. That's literally it. It's literally all, like, he's like, whatever makes his mom mad, he's just gonna do it. Fire, the use of snakes, but deep down, he still loves his mom and he will still do what his mom wants. You know what I mean? And so his mom put him he's like, all right, Mesmer, why can't you be like Melina, okay? Why can't you be like your older sister? Please. Like, I'm not dying for you, mom. Melina's died for you like 7 times already. I'm not dying for you. He's like, I'm sending you to boarding school, okay? And she sent Mesmer to boarding school. Like, secretly, Mesmer still like likes his mom. He still loves his mom because it's his mom. So he keeps like a picture of his mom like at his like boarding school window, but he's like, oh, man, my mom sucks, bro. That's literally all that I get from this.
shaky. We don't know exactly what kind of flame Mesmer is using.
Also, I don't think Marika likes Melina either. I think Marika likes or I don't think Marika likes Melania either. I think because Marika is so abusive, right? Like an absentee parent, Melina feels like she has to protect Mikola. And Melina does not like their mother because of the fact that she feels like her mother has wronged them. Right? So I think there will be 100% antagonistic to each other for sure.
just yet. Lastly, Mesmer clearly has a connection to dragon communion, which is also something that's frowned upon. Dragon communion is the abhorrent act of consuming the hearts of dragons to commune with the ancient dragons and become more like them. According to the Magma Worm's Scale Sword, dragon communion is a grave transgression for which many partakers were cursed to crawl on their bellies as shadows of their former selves. As evidence for Mesmer's communion, his one good eye is yellow and slitted, which is a clear symptom of consuming the dragon hearts that even our Tarnished gets afflicted with. And, not to mention, his winged armor looks a lot like the Drake Knight set, which is a set that labels the Drake Knights as partakers of communion. Then there's this symbol on the box art, and even the fire he conjures that looks a little bit like the dragon communion seal, but it's not a one-to-one match. And then serpents themselves are considered imperfect dragons, in Dark Souls lore at least, and Mesmer's serpents are sprouting draconic wings, so there could be something there. On this promotional page, we also...
Yeah. I can get behind all of that stuff. Cargo Crab Colin, what's up? Welcome in.
also learn that Mesmer's full title is Mesmer the Impaler. And it could be that this name simply comes from his fighting style, but I will also point out, as many others have already, that there is a catacomb in the Lands Between called the Impaler's Catacombs. So it's possible he got this reputation from certain deeds that he committed in the Lands Between. Of all the characters I can think of, only the Fire Giants and Marika come to mind as ever being impaled. The Fire Giant's stakes aren't identical to Mesmer's spear, but they are similar, and Marika being impaled at the end of the game never really had a good explanation, so maybe this is a chance for them to explain that, finally. So, in conclusion...
Yeah, I never really understood that, chap. Is Marika dead? After we beat Radagon, and we kill the Elden Beast, and we rock up on Marika's body, she's like crackling and falling apart. You kill her at the end? I always thought she was in stasis. All endings
get the
kill her?
vibe that Mesmer is this rebellious, kind of blasphemous child, but
it's not very
they're
clear.
Still loyal and, more importantly, still useful to their mother, who is Marika. Though, of course, all my opinions and speculations in this video, especially, are very subject.
She guys into pieces though? She is pretty cracked into pieces, but like, does that truly mean she's dead? Her body's literally severed. She's a goddess. You don't really need a body at that point. You know what I mean? Ronnie doesn't have a body at all. She's a doll. Her doll is cracked up as well. So, where it says God slain? Yeah, because you kill the Elden Beast. Not specifically Marika. Who knows? I'm just saying.
To change. Next, let's talk about Miquella. Miquella is many things. He is the demigod son of Queen Marika and her consort Radagon. He is Miquella the Nascent, cursed with eternal youth. He is Miquella the Unalloyed, who sought to find a cure for his sister's scarlet rot. He is Saint Trina, an alter ego who deals in sleep and dreams. And he is Miquella of the Halig Tree, a sort of Erd tree that he eventually embedded himself with.
It's not very clear though. It's true. It's not very clear.
Then he's also the subject of an hour-long lore video on my channel, and I'm also going to be talking about him again later this week in a lore video about Mohg, so please forgive me for being brief in my description of him here. Suffice to say though, Miquella is a very important demigod. He's also an Empyrean, which means he is a rare character eligible to become a god and succeed Queen Marika. Additionally, his sister says that he is the most fearsome Empyrean of all, and that he possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. It's this allure that has led to his fate in the base game, which is to say, he appears to be dead at the hands of Mohg, who is Miquella's demigod half-brother. Mohg ripped Miquella's cocoon out of the Halig tree and abducted him. Now Miquella's cocooned flesh lies in Mohgwyn Palace, and his withered arm there will become the entrance to the DLC. Miyazaki elaborates on this point, stating that Miquella has travelled to the Land of Shadow for his own reasons, and it's up to the player to follow in his footsteps, as many other NPCs also have before you. The poem reads, "It was to this land that Miquella departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage."
I will say, it makes sense why they did this, but it does kind of suck that we won't even get to see an interaction between Mohg and Miquella. Because we know Miquella's alive. At least his, like, spiritual form is alive. But you have to kill Mohg in order to even start the DLC. And so we won't even be able to see Miquella get his get back. You know what I mean?
Of all things golden, the fact that Miquella has divested himself of his flesh reminds me a lot of Rani, who slays her own
If I make a
flesh
shout out to killing the real Mohg, you might have other copies. Yeah, but it won't be him.
intentionally in order to free me, who slays her own flesh, golden. The fact that Miquella has divested himself of his flesh reminds me a lot of Rani, who slays her own flesh intentionally in order to free her from the control of the two fingers. Through his own death, it seems, he has departed to the land of shadow, though now he is without his strength. He's also likely divested himself from his great rune, which is probably this one, seen here, which takes the same shape as this emote you get for pre-ordering, which is called Ring of Miquella. So all of this should explain why he needs you. The poem continues, and now Miquella awaits the return of his promised lord. If I had to guess where we're ultimately headed, it would be the castle here, right beneath the shadow of the Erd Tree. Here, an ark is catching the bounty of the Erd Tree, just like the rune arcs do, and the sky above is enwreathed by these ethereal cloth tapestries. According to Miyazaki, these tapestries are a veil, and they are a symbol of the land of shadows being hidden from the world outside. And speaking of veils, the Black Knives are assassins that are invisible due to their concealing veils, and we have a talisman that is a part of those veils, put together from dark cloth with a lustrous sheen that completely hides the wearer's presence. Earlier, we talked about how Marika was likely responsible for the land of shadow being concealed or veiled, and according to the Black
Which I mean, like, is the tree root or just a mirror beneath?
Knife armor, the Black Knives are rumored to be Newman who had close ties with Marika herself, so maybe we're already starting to understand the nature of this veil. That said, the way this veil is laid brings to mind a lot of things. At first it reminded me of Marika's bedchambers. Then I thought maybe it could represent Mohg's bloody bedchamber, as he puts it. Or it could even represent the baldachins of the deathbed companions, which, according to the baldachin's blessings, are hidden temples in the guise of a bedchamber. This could represent Miquella's long-awaited rebirth, or maybe his eternal nascence. It could even represent the fact that he is Saint Trina, an alter ego that has to do with sleep and dreams. So many things. Speaking of Saint Trina, though, there's a brief shot of a masked character who looks like they're sleeping in a purple swamp. The droopy flower
Mo was banished when young, only to go have a child with Mikola. I wonder if killing him signified the lineage for Mesmer to eventually come to the throne. He didn't have a child with Mikola. I don't think that's what anybody was saying. Like, I think the point is that Moog never got where he wanted, what he wanted from Mikola, whatever that thing may have been. And Mesmer is instead not the child of Mikola. Wasn't that where Mogwin came from? Mogwin. Mogwin is just a palace name. Like, I don't think Mogwin is a person or an entity. I believe the family tree I saw somewhere. No, the only family tree that's correct is my family tree, the one I made specifically. You're right. Julian from Mayer is correct. He wanted Mikola to be his blood boy. He wanted Mikola to be his... What was that billionaire? Brian Johnson. This is Moog, and his son is Mikola. He wanted his own specific blood boy to keep him young and stuff. That's what it was. That makes sense. How more horrifying. Peter Theo is also another example for sure. Sam mode looks better.
Might be St. Trina's lilies, and the purple haze of this swampy area definitely gives off sleep effect vibes. You might recall when Rani first meets with you in Elden Ring, she does so amidst a mist, which has put Kale and his donkey to sleep nearby. And the more I think about it, the more I think this encounter might have to do with Mikola. In this moment, Rani gives you the spirit calling bell and 3 wolves, which she says are from Torrent's former master. And considering we see what looks to be Mikola riding Torrent here in the Land of Shadow, I think we can reason that Torrent is Mikola's steed, and thus that Mikola has given you gifts via Rani and favored you ever since the very beginning of the game.
Because he's fattening us up, chat. He's like, bro, here, take all that other stuff. You know what I mean? So that later on, he's like, okay, now that you're here to help me, because I gave you all that stuff before, let's do this real mission that I need to do to save my own life or something like that. Which would make sense. I guess my question would be like, what did Ronnie get out of it? Maybe Mikola is Rena. Boom. Think about it, chat. Think about it. Think about it. Impossible? It's not impossible. If you just think. You think Ronnie is Rena, though? Ronnie is not Rena. Ronnie took Rena's name. Rena is an actual person. The Snow Witch. Think about it. Mikola born after Ronnie? No proof. No proof. Also, even if that was the case, that doesn't mean that Mikola couldn't have trained Ronnie in the ways of magic. So, as a youngin, as a young lad, also Mikola was busy being Saint Trina. Saint Trina could just be, you know, a pseudonym, right? A nickname, while he was also going by Rena as well. Think about it. Think about it. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. Maybe.
But the rabbit hole goes deeper, because Melina is the one who gives you Torrent's whistle at the start of the game. And since we've
That's
now
a lot of
learned
alter
that
egos. Did you not just see what Vachi just said? Bro had like 20 alter egos, like 30 of them. He had a bunch of them. Just an insane amount of them for no reason. So, I'm just saying it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Torrent was likely in the Land of Shadow with Mikola, does that mean that Melina...
To be fair, I will throw a wrench into my own plans or my own ideas in that if we see Mikola and Mikola does not look like Ronnie, because Ronnie's doll was modeled after Rena, then maybe okay. You know what I mean? I'll call it there. But until I see that, we have not seen Mikola's face at all.
Would have ventured to the Land of Shadow to retrieve Torrent from Mikola at some point. Remember, Melina's origins are largely unresolved in Elden Ring, so I really hope we learn more about her story in this place. The fact that she might have traveled to a land that's enwreathed in Messmer's flame might also explain why she's burned and bodiless, but now I'm just engaging in unhinged speculation, and
that's
these
what we're all
theories
doing.
Might have got out of hand. But let me do unhinged speculation on one more thing, and I want to draw your attention to the fact that we've learned that it's necessary to kill Radahn to access the DLC. That's curious. It seems to hint that his death is essential for events in the Land of Shadow to make sense. Logically, this would be related to...
They never want to let my man Radahn live. Never. Never. Bro was just trying his best to hold back the stars and still laid the smackdown on Melania, whatever her name is, right? But they're like, oh, well, you want to enter Nocturne? I'm sorry, you got to kill Radahn to do it. I'm sorry, what? Can I just let Radahn just chill? Well, to be fair, he wants to die, so. Yeah, bro, his poor horse. Leonard. What did Leonard do? What did Leonard do?
Shower that happens after...
Why is he stopping the stars again?
Right? Because it's in this...
I don't know. All of them. Radahn and his sister Ronnie both have like a very interesting relationship with the stars. Basically, if you didn't hold the stars back, they would crash into the ground, making like holes and like killing a bunch of people and stuff. You feel me? And so, which is what needs to happen in order for you to get to Nocturne, right? But he's doing it to save people's lives. He's chill. He's cool. He's cool. You can get to most plays without killing Radahn if you do PvP. Yes, but you won't be able to do the DLC doing it that way. You have to kill Radahn to do the DLC. The Starry Boss Underground is the threat. Is Estelle the real threat? Estelle just seems so boring, right? Because there's nothing. They've given us nothing with Estelle. You feel me?
This moment that the fate in the night sky...
I killed him anyway because he was a boss. He had a little boss health bar. And anytime I walk into a place with a boss health bar, I kill it. You know what I mean? But I don't know the story implications of like Estelle.
Suddenly let free. Perhaps Melania was even chasing this world state where fate is freed from the night sky, and maybe she was sent here to kill Radahn.
Look how baller he is. Melania's like, oh, my arm. I'm so sorry, Radahn. You're so strong and so cool and stuff. Radahn's like, bow. Like, come on. He's sick. He's sick.
On behalf of Mikola when she fought him all those years ago. What's crazy is we still don't know why Melania fought Radahn, so hopefully we get an answer for that as well. And of course, most of you
I think this is actually a great question, because Radahn has to die for the DLC story with Mikola maybe Radahn and Mikola were beefing. For some reason, maybe like Radahn, because we know Radahn is very duty bound, right? He held up the stars because it was his duty. Duty, right? He's very golden order pilled, 100%. 100%. So I can 100% see a world where Radahn in his duty comes in to like in conflict with Mikola and what he wants to do. And then Mikola could have been like, man, Radahn's kind of getting in my way. And Melania was like, I have you, king. I got you, king. My brother, my king, my strongest Empyrean. I got you. And tried to kill Radahn, right? I wouldn't say that. As in, he's not duty bound. He's not like a very chivalry, traditional knight person. You know what I mean?
They say that I'm good enough.
Maybe not to the point of like him being like a bootlegger for the Golden Order per se, but more of like if he's given a job, he will do that job. And that's sort of like what he's a general, right? He's very much a he's a general. The Moog was already taken by or Mikola was already taken by Moog during their fight. Or was it taking? Yeah, Mikola was taken by Moog during their fight. When Melania left the Halig tree, Moog swooped in, took Mikola, right, while she was distracted. Right? So she had to have left the Halig tree for some reason, and there's no shot that Melania would ever leave Mikola alone because she knows how helpless Mikola is, unless it was at Mikola's like request, unless Mikola wanted Melania to do something for him. You know what I mean? All right, where Moog was apparently kidnapped Mikola to Mogwin. He was trying to use her to try to use him to get powered blood magic from a different deity. And she got twisted with being a place rather than a location. Yeah, that's what my take is that maybe Mikola was like, I need Radahn gone because Radahn is getting in my way of my plans or whatever greater plans Mikola had. Maybe to usurp his mother or whatever because he thinks his mother is bad, which fair. And then he was like, and then Melania was like, I will kill Radahn. I will go and kill Radahn for you, king. And then so she went and did that. And while that was happening, Moog kind of snuck inside in the back like a ninja. He was like, oh, Mikola's just kind of resting in there. Zoink! And stole him away and brought him back to Mogwin. And then Melania left this fight with Radahn after getting totally mollywopped, totally whipped. And from there, went back to the Halig tree, saw that Mikola was gone, and was kind of sad and stuff. Do I get canonically accurate? Yes.
Killing Radahn, as your characters are likely already at the end of the story. And speaking of the end of the story, Miyazaki's recent interview reveals that they don't currently have plans to make a second DLC for Elden Ring, so whatever ending that's coming with Mikola might be the final one.
Oh no!
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's shaping up to be a good ending with Mikola.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
To shrive is to hear confession, to assign penance and absolve someone. Sounds like a pretty harrowing process, and that is a perfect match for Mikola, who is described as both benevolent and fearsome. This is that ominous love of Mikola, which is a really unique vibe, and I'm very excited to see where things will go. Believe it or not, I've still got a lot of the trailer to break down, but first I'd like to finally reveal this This is the Shadow of the Great Tree, a unique displate design that I wanted to create.
Whoa, Vati, is that an undone achievement? I can't even see it. Yeah, see, it's not, that bar is not fully blue. Wow, Mr. Lore Guy hasn't even 100% the game yet.
Where you can flip it upside down and get a completely different perspective. There's 2 prints in one here. So this way, it's the giant tree with roots snaking through the city below.
I just did that Ronnie ending that I have 100%. I'm saving it. Dog, that's the first one I did, bro. Ronnie was like, yo, you wanna date? I'm like, yes, please, 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 yes, please. I will be your consort. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. Whatever you need. That's yeah. And then immediately, I've only done the Ronnie ending in one other ending.
But put the other
because every time I do it, I'm like, bro, I have to do the Ronnie ending again, dog. She's so bad.
It's a city.
Ronnie ending, best ending, true.
Trees of the underworld holding up.
Imagine not doing the Ronnie ending every
This is all
playthrough.
made
True.
possible thanks to Displate's innovative magnet system, where prints can be easily stuck onto walls in whatever orientation you'd like without damaging your walls at all. If you get in quick, you can get this print for 22% off with the link below, and if you add any other prints to that order, you'll get 33% off everything, no matter what else you add.
Ethical reacts.
I have a whole set of other prints that you can browse on my page, or you can even get official Elden Ring prints on display.
Are they not bad?
I'll leave a link to all of that in the description as well.
They come off all the time.
Thank you for supporting my videos with any
Well, police won't stick
purchases
to the
you
wall.
Let me quickfire some observations at you before I go, since there's a lot I couldn't quite fit into the previous parts of the video. First, this is my favorite enemy design in the trailer. Its body is actually made up of 3 or 4 robed humanoid beings, and they're all coordinating together to
that's kind of
puppeteer
sick. Hold on.
this beast, just like the traditional
That's kind of
lion
sick
dances from Chinese culture. It's amazingly inspired. According to Miyazaki, there was a culture that existed before the Golden Tree, and the lion dancer is derived from that culture. Next up, this character who sits alone in a room filled with debris, Quelaag.
100%. 3-phase boss fight.
Over on YouTube has acutely noted that they look very much like the scholar who appears upon the carrion inverted statue.
She reminds me a lot of was it Elizabeth from Dark Souls 3? No. Who was it? Dark Souls 3 DLC boss? Not Elizabeth. I don't know why I said Elizabeth. Yes, Sister Frida. That's what it was. As you can tell, I never bought the DLC for Dark Souls 3. No, I didn't buy
which is
that DLC, I don't believe.
Key item given to you by Rani during her questline. The area they appear in seems to also feature the many bird cages of Raya Lucaria, so it's exciting to see that we might be learning more about.
You're right, she has shoes on.
Some of the glintstone sorceries.
How dare she?
Next, this character wears the deep navy hood of expatriated royalty, and the hood was gifted to those who saw.
Did that look like Ronnie?
The guidance of grace, who then departed on missions to faraway lands, from which they would never return. They cast a completely new spell type, and in the background we see lion statues with omen horns, and the fact that these lions with omen horns are venerated might suggest that this was from a time when horns were seen as signifiers of the divine and not symbols of ill omen. Also, I was so excited to see this player cast these golden wings. We have many aspects of the Crucible spells, but we could never cast the wings, which until this point were only able to be utilized by the Crucible Knights.
Stupid Knights.
And I don't think that's the only new Crucible spell we're getting.
I can't wait to use that spell on other Crucible Knights, bro. They get on my nerves.
A new screenshot shows the Tarnished using these golden porcupine spines, the same ones utilized by this deformed hippo enemy after it charges, and the sound it makes is just like a crucible spell. But I wonder if this pot thrown by the player character is a spell or a consumable or a weapon art. And speaking of new screenshots, I want to know the story behind this guy. I will protect him with my life. It seems like he appears in this same field of blue flowers, which, if you look carefully, has that grave that has a hole in it that you find in Morn's castle. There's also, of course, this red dancer character. There are a couple of dancer characters in Elden Ring, so maybe she's related to that. Oh, and I also adore the design on this guy who...
Bro, I'm sorry, dog. You're not pulling that out of your body. This is not coming out of your body. You are now this. This is you now. You can't pull that out of your body, dog. This is not fitting through this hole. I'm sorry. That's what she said, but it's not. It's not.
He's attempting this impossible task of wrenching a sort of spinal golden ribcage through a hole in his skull. Interested to see what happens after that. And if you look closely at his robes, you'll notice he's actually the same character as the man in this portrait at another point in the trailer. So there's clearly
what happened?
Story here, especially if they're worthy of a portrait, right? Next to this man is a woman who looks a little bit like a deathbed companion. The origins of the deathbed companions were alluded to in the base game, so it seems kind of fitting that we might explore those origins further in the Land of Shadow, but who knows. I also wonder if this enemy could be a Knight of Radahn. They use gravitational magic, as a lot of his knights do. They're also armored somewhat similarly, and they ride a boar, and Radahn's helmet has boar-like tusks, so that might be a thing. But there's just too much to speculate over. Could this armor be related to the Knight's cavalry? This Twitter user points out that Messmer's statue looks a lot like the pose of the Cleanrot Knight. Is there a reason for that? Could these black knights with gold trim be related to Malekith? Are the people who are wearing masks part of House Mirai? Why is the top of this castle blackened and disintegrating
So
into
many
the
questions.
sky? Why is there a line of birds standing before you in this swamp? Is this character afflicted by frenzy? Are they...
Bro, can we not with the swamps? Is that too much to ask from Miyazaki? To be like, Miyazaki, friendo, buddy, pal, can we not with the swamps, please? My least favorite part of the game in Dark Souls 3 is that stupid poison swamp. I love the Abyss Watchers. I hate getting to them. I hate getting to them so much. Literally one of my least favorite parts of the game.
A worm face? Their posture is kind of similar. Are we getting Runebear
Controller on
communion
Abyss Watchers?
spells? And a huge question, why does Mesmer only have one
In
function?
the interview, he said he had a revelation. I love Big Squats. I hope people like it. You're lying. He did not say that. Why? Why? He loves seeing his players suffer. That's crazy. That's 100% real. Deathbite's what I'm calling it. Oh, bro, Deathbite is like the worst status in the game, too. You already have the Lake of Rot. We have the Lake of Rot. You don't need another swamp.
Why? So
We have the Lake of Rot and Caelid. We have a swamp above ground and below ground. Do we need another one? No, not really. We don't.
questions, but I guess it'll have to wait. Subscribe for more Elden Ring lore in the coming weeks, and subscribe to keep up with all the biggest news
News that is
regarding
expected for
the
the
DLC.
swap.
Thank you to
When they're
Miss
always
Matt
like a
One
fire?
for helping me.
In
with
Dark Souls
the
3 there
end.
was. I don't know if there was in this game. In the Poison Swamp Castle. The Poison Swamp Castle was a thing as well, but it's not like a necessarily like a important area. You can do the entire game without doing to the Poison Swamp Castle. You don't lose much, right? But you need to go to the Lake of Rot in order to get to like more of the underground area. And like Khaled. You got to go through Khaled to beat Radon. Okay, this is the Vati video. Secrets in the Shadow of the Earth Tree. It only took us 3 hours to get through, so not bad. Not bad at all. Yep. Ugh. Media more theory than the video. True. Anybody have any news about Vice? About Vice just disappearing? Did anybody cover that? Oh, here's some drama video about a kick streamer. The Chaya video. This is an hour-long podcast. I don't want to watch that. Which is the video? I don't want to read. Here, there's also a BBC News video 9 months ago. As far as I know, the staffers got an anonymous tip last Wednesday that Vice was going to get nuked. They lost their access rights Thursday, and Vice was down ASAP. Like all of Vice, because they're putting out YouTube videos, which is weird. They put out a YouTube video, freaking like yesterday. I lied. 6 days ago.
Vice Media was once one of the hottest names in new media. They've just filed for bankruptcy protection ahead of a proposed deal to sell off to a consortium of lenders. It's an extraordinary collapse. Just a few years ago, they had a multi-billion-dollar valuation.
Still running, yeah.
As investors looked to this swashbuckling approach to news and the young audiences it was attracting. But of late, these groups have found it hard going. Last month, BuzzFeed cut its award-winning news operation, and Vox is now laying off staff across its business.
Details those specifics about the layoffs, other than saying hundreds of people will be affected and notified early next week. Next way to find out, yeah.
It's part what down to the competition coming from the traditional media groups, but it's also the tight grip
Duderberg, what's up?
that groups like Meta have on digital advertising.
Yeah, I literally have this
Benjamin
open.
Mullin, media reporter for the New York Times, gave us his reaction to the news.
One of the really interesting things about Vice, to your point, is that it's had so many different lives. It started out as
Vice Media, one of the once valued at $5.7 billion, is shutting down Vice.com and laying off several hundred staff. Vice Media plans to lay off several hundred employees and no longer publish material on its Vice.com website. The company's CEO says in a memo to staff on Thursday. Vice, which filed for bankruptcy last year before being sold for $350 million, that's crazy. $350 million out of a $5.7 billion valuation to a consortium led by Fortress Investment Group looking to sell its refinery 29 publishing business. CEO Bruce Dixon said in a memo to staff. It's the latest sign of financial problems buffeting in the media industry. Digital sites like Messenger, BuzzFeed News, Jezebel have all shut down in the past year, and legacy media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, Washington Post, and Wall Street Journal have also seen job cuts. Once a swashbuckling media company geared toward a younger audience with an immersive storytelling style that encompasses digital, television, and film outlets, New York-based Vice was valued at $5.7 billion in 2017. Dixon offered no specifics about the layoffs other than saying that hundreds of people will be affected and will be notified early next week. The New York Times reported that the company currently has about 900 people on staff. So at least half of their staff is gone. let's say the headline, but does any talk about the Air Force Reserve? He's not at reserve. He's actually Air Force active duty. Self-immolated in protest of Palestine. We have not talked about that yet, but we will cover that as well. This is offered no specifics about the layoffs other than saying that hundreds of people will be affected. So that I know saying goodbye to valued colleagues is difficult and feels overwhelming, but this is the best path forward for Vice as we are in position for company long-term creative and financial success. He said that it will no longer cost. He said it was no longer cost effective for Vice to distribute its digital content, including news, the way it has been. Okay, he's doing a subscription service, right? He said Vice will put more emphasis on its social channels, look for ways to distribute its content. Yeah, subscription service. He's going to make a Vice subscription service and kill all of his products that open or did free in open press. No more Vice News, no more Vice Motherboard, no more like actual online news aggregation. It's going to be only subscription services from here on out. And Vice is like not starting the trend because NPR has also been doing subscriptions to a certain degree. But that's where he's going to. It's just gonna be subscriptions. That's crazy. I'm not gonna talk about this for long because I can't show you any of the videos anyway. You were in Vice, I was in Vice. Well, Vice super users, which is a specific subset. But there's a 25-year-old Air Force active duty member whose name is Aaron Bushnell. Age 25. He succumbed to his injuries after setting himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy in DC. His last words were "Free Palestine." There is a video. I'm not going to show you the video. He did live stream it. It was recorded. He exactly what this thing says. He set himself on fire and he was screaming "Free Palestine" until he could scream no longer. And instead, he streamed it on Twitch. That's crazy. And so there was a few first responders there, some EMTs who like tried to like save his life. But there was also a number of police officers there who, instead of providing help, instead of providing help or assistance or like resuscitation, pointed a gun at him. So you can see a picture that's going around on Twitter right now, that's blurred of course, of a police officer literally pointing his gun at this person who's on the ground burning to death. Right? And it's like it perfectly exemplifies. Was it the Israel embassy guy that pointed the gun? I didn't hear about that. I just know it was some effort of law enforcement pointing a gun at this person. And so it's crazy. Not even just that. I mean, this is how the police officers operate, right? It's just, that's not the crazy part. The craziest part is liberals who are now positioning this as like, how dare you leftist, hold this person up as a martyr or whatever. He's a mentally ill person. He should not be you feel me? Or whatever. Like that sort of thing. And this is a great tweet about it. People will try to smear Aaron Bushnell in the coming days as mental illness. He didn't sacrifice his life because he was mentally ill. He did it because he was morally outraged. We all should be. Right? Liberals are now coming to smear him. Yeah, to like smear him, right? Being like, oh, well, like, this person was suicidal. We should not be holding up suicidal ideation, without truly understanding, like, or even truly caring about like Palestine as an issue, right? This is something that's been done forever, right? Like there's been countless examples in the last 3 years, 4 years of people, not just for Palestine. There's been someone in December who self-immolated for Palestine as well, but also for climate. You saw the scientist who like died right? Or sorry, climate activist. I think he was also a scientist. Climate activist dies after setting himself on fire at Supreme Court. 2022, Colorado man set himself on fire in front of a Supreme Court on Friday in an apparent Earth Day protest against climate change. Has died, said police. The Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. said that Wynn Bruce, 50 years old, of Boulder, Colorado, has died on Saturday from his injuries after being airlifted to a hospital following the incident. Members of his family could not be reached immediately for comment. Kurt Kanko, a climate scientist at the Environmental Defense Fund and a Zen Buddhist priest in Boulder, said that she is a friend of Mr. Bruce and that the self-immolation was a planned act of protest. This is not suicide, Dr. Critty said on Twitter earlier Sunday morning. This is a deeply fearless act of compassion to bring attention to the climate crisis, right? So this is, of course, what liberals always do, right? Is they will position this as like an act of like mental health or like suicide instead of a way to fully like raise awareness of these issues, which is why liberals 100% should not be taken seriously. Because if you have violent protests, if you do violent resistance, liberals will say that you are violent and dangerous and you're thugs and you're criminals and you should be put down or whatever, right? Not even if you're like freaking Hamas or whatever. Like if you are in America and you like, you know, like throw paint cans at the police, right? Liberals say that that's morally reprehensible. And when somebody does nonviolent, you know, but also very wild, crazy, I don't know, can't think of a good word, types of resistance, like setting themselves on fire to raise awareness, then it's this is mental health issues, right? This is an unconscionable thing that people would never do. This is an act of suicide, right? So like that's the thing. The liberals don't care. They don't care. They don't care about protests. They don't care about actual things that will, or trying to raise awareness. They're spending their entire time vilifying people who are doing anything so long as it inconveniences them or makes them sad or they don't want to look at it and they don't want to hear about it, so long as it inconveniences them in any regard, right? It's wrong, morally or otherwise. More heroes continue to do genocide, the more people do things like this in a way to protest against apartheid and trying to get the right to a congressman. Biden can stop this at any moment. Yeah, just by like not funding it. And the media is already trying to wash this of its like actual intent being like man sets himself on fire outside of Israel embassy. Like for what? What is he doing? What is he protesting for? Right? Because the more the media does that, the more the media sort of like washes the intent from these types of protests, the more people are going to do these types of protests. No shot that Time posts this. Defense Department policy states that service members on active duty should not engage in partisan political activity. Military regulations also prohibit wearing the uniform during unofficial public speeches, interviews, picket lines, marches, rallies, and other public demonstrations, which may imply sanction or endorsement by the Defense Department or the military service. Bro they're saying like, well, what he did was against the rules. So was he really right? The media is, people always say this, are complicit. Every death, like Aaron's death, every death in Palestine, every death that it happens so long as there is not even a ceasefire being called, is on the hands of Biden, the Biden administration, every congressperson, and all of the media. When you choose to be like, well, you know what I mean? It's important to note that according to Army Regulation 145-2, subsection 14, that you are not allowed to do any sort of partisan demonstrations in uniform. Therefore, Aaron was actually outside of military regulations. He could be court-martialed for that. Like, dog, he's dead. He's not alive. What are you talking about? I was in the Army for years. I remember you're going to talk about not wearing a uniform when you go to a Trump rally when he's in town. But freaked out. Anyone who considered joining a BLM protest? Yeah. Not surprised. What is partisan about this when both Republicans and Democrats support the genocide? Yeah. How is it partisan to think that Palestinians deserve, a right to return, liberation, freedom from oppression, not being genocided? I don't think that's partisan. It's so crazy. It's so wild. So yeah, apparently it was an embassy agent. But you can see in the video, again, I won't show the video, right? You can find it on Twitter if you want to. But you can see as like people are trying to put him out with freaking fire extinguishers. One dude has a fire extinguisher and he's like putting him out, jumping around, and another dude just has a gun trained on him. What are we doing? And he still has the gun trained. He's staring at this dude burning to death with the gun trained on him for 30 seconds.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
And he's like dodging the people who were like trying to put him out. Like he's standing like this, right, with the gun trained on him. People are trying to put this man out with fire extinguishers, and they're getting in front of him. He's jumping to the side, make sure his gun's. Oh wait, you're in my way. I gotta get a good shot at him. Dog, he's burning to death on the ground. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy, bro.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
The clip of someone you just mag dumped into, basically. The gun is burning to death also. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show as well. 4 major news outlets have almost the exact same headline for the self-immolation of 25-year-old Aaron Burnell, or Bushnell. Excuse me. Not one of them mentioned the word Gaza or genocide, and the reason for Aaron's protest, or the word Palestine, his last word spoken. New York Times: a man set himself on fire outside of the Israeli embassy in Washington. The police said. U.S. airman sets himself on fire outside of Israel embassy in Washington. Records. CNN Politics: U.S. airman sets himself on fire outside of Israel embassy in Washington. The Washington Post: active duty airman sets himself on fire outside of D.C.'s Israel embassy. That's it. New York Times just updated with full details. FYI. Link. Send a link for me. He emailed the press. He knew they'd bury it. Yeah, because it happened. Somebody else self-immolated in December. December 1st. Pro-Palestine protesters self-immolates outside of Atlanta's Israel consulate. The person who's not yet been identified is in critical condition, and a guard who attempted to intervene was injured. Nobody's heard anything about this, for the most part. And so I'm not surprised he streamed it on Twitch. I'm not surprised he was recording it himself, right? Because if he wasn't, it would have been like this story. It would have been a footnote in a Guardian article, and nobody else would have talked about it at all. And that's it. You know what I mean? But Chaya Jane on Twitter, who got permission for the family uploaded before Twitch scrubbed. It's just, what do we do? Was he a shooter for this? I don't believe so. I think he just streamed on Twitch to get it out there. I don't know if he was a streamer. There's no information about him being a streamer. Who's left-wing, active left-wing stuff like helping homeless. It's just, yeah. Also, I'm not even going to get into like the actual like comments from like Zionists about this, because it's what you would imagine. But yeah, I don't really have much else to add. They're blaming mental illness. Yes, they are. They're blaming mental illness instead of somebody being just so passionate that like their government and the system that they work for is directly aiding, abetting, and funding genocide. But like, what can you do? You know what I mean? What can you do? It's a sad story, but like, the reactions are gonna make it even worse. It's gonna turn from sad into like anger inducing. You know what I mean? I just tweet from Cavernacle. A cop pointing a gun at a guy burning to death, the perfect image of the U.S. police. Literally no sense of duty to help anyone. Terrified fascists, losers, only thinking about how to protect themselves. Yeah. It's generally not worth being angry. It's just a system. Like it's a symbol of like helplessness that like the only way that you can truly get media attention about Palestine is by like martyring yourself. And even then the media will go out of their way to try to bury it, to try to spin it, to remove like the actual context behind why people did what they did. You feel me? Oh, no, he did not. No, he did not. Why is so much going on? He did not make this video. He did? I don't have anything else to add to this story. Except for liberals are stupid. Who is that? Oh, I wish I was you. Oh, I wish I was you. I have no idea who this guy is. James Somerton is the subject of this video. I found about him literally 2 seconds after you finished his video. True. Should I leave my own ignorance? James Somerton is the subject of this video by H Bomber Guy about plagiarism on YouTube and how he is a YouTuber who stole a lot. This is the H Bomber Guy video that you can watch. It's very long if you want to. But now James has made a response. And now I really want to know what he said. I really want to know what he said. You can't fool me, Tommy Tallarico. I'm so proud of myself for making this video. A second Somerton apology has hit the tower. This 91-year-old diner still makes Coke the old-fashioned way. I'll leave a comment. Wow, James. I'm so glad. No, let me stop. No comment. Interesting. Do it. I don't know what would I make, what I put as a comment, dog. What would I put, chat? Give me something to put. No. Yes. I'm not funny. Welcome back, James. We, your most loyal fans, have missed you. Can't wait to see the amazing content you make from here that will be entirely your own work, as I know your previous content was as well. Also, I'm gonna take it seriously. Welcome back, James. Your most loyal fans have missed you. Can't wait to see the amazing content you make from here that will be entirely your own work, as I know your previous content was as well. Oh, you're right. How do you feel about this one, chat? There's no way that could be misconstrued. Seriously, I don't know how I take it seriously. This is a. He got me, chat. He got me. As soon as I sent the message, they got me, bro. We're back. We're back, chat. We're back. Hodl. Hodl, chat. Hodl. James Somerton hacked you. True. What I was saying is the first 15 seconds of this video. Here, I'll play it again.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but revenue from it will be sent along to H Bomber Guy's team to be dispersed to the people whose work I plagiarized.
That's so crazy. He can't even do the work himself. He can't even do the work himself to get the money back to the people he plagiarized. You know who you plagiarized from. Just give them the money. Like, bro, all this money is going to H Bomber Guy's team, and so it can be distributed to the people he plagiarized. Like, dog, he's not doing it for you. He's not giving you money for you. He's getting money to the people you stole from. Actually, I doubt he knows. Reach out to H Bomber Guy, get the list, and give them the money themselves. It's like if who's the guy who like made the term Ponzi scheme? Madoff? Was that him? Mr. Ponzi? Bernard Lawrence Madoff? That's the person I was thinking of. The largest Ponzi scheme, not the person who did Ponzi schemes. I don't even know if John Ponzi is a real thing. Right? It's like if he was like, I'm reaching out to the US government specifically to give money back to all the people I stole with my new book that I'm writing. Like, what are we doing? You stole from the people. Wait, his name was actually John Ponzi? That's hilarious. That's so funny. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. No, I'm joking. Chad said it a lot. So I'm taking your word for it. No, it's a daft meme. Too late. It's now canon. It's now canon. It's John Ponzi. Thank you very much.
If his team won't accept it, I'll be making monthly donations to Wikipedia and Translife.
What? Dog, just give it to the people you stole from. It can't be that difficult. He's like, this video is monetized. I'm making a lot of money off of this video. However, I'm giving all that money to H Bomber Guy's team, who will give it to my victims. But if they won't accept it because they said it's blood money or whatever, then I will be giving it to, you're like, okay, you're gonna give it to the people who you stole from? Wikipedia. On to the apology. Like, what are we doing, dog? What are we doing? Because apparently his real name is Carlo Pietro Giovanni. That's a long name, but it ends in Pons. Wait, it does end in Ponzi. His name is Carlo Ponzi. It's pretty sick.
Line going forward. You may have also noticed that a few of my past videos have gone up on the channel again, and revenue from those as well will also be sent along with the revenue.
Are those the plagiarized video? No shot, right? No shot he re-uploaded some plagiarized videos. Well, there's quite a bit of videos, actually. All right, somebody has to do a deep dive and figure out if he plagiarized anything in these videos. Because honestly, there is a good chance that he did. I will say. H Bomber Guy, get on it.
From this video. Over the last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people.
The killing, stalking one is? Really? No shot that he re-upload videos that he's plagiarized. How did the Rebels have so many views? He didn't delete them. He just privated them, right? And now he's unprivating them. Now that he's like putting up back some videos on, right? Which means I would not be surprised that if in like 6 months to a year, his other videos come back unprivated as well.
to apologize one-on-one instead of a mass apology. The last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people who I plagiarized.
Okay, so you have the names and contact information of the people you plagiarized, but you said if H Bomber Guy won't accept the money to distribute, you're going to give the money to Wikipedia? You have them. Just give the money to them.
To apologize one-on-one instead of a mass apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them don't have public email addresses, so I'm still working on it, but it is a top priority of mine. I've heard back from a few of them, and they were actually incredibly nice, accepting my apology and just imploring me to do better in the future. So I want to thank them publicly for that. There's plenty that I haven't heard back from, and I completely understand that. In many cases, I wouldn't want to talk to me
Best
either.
Buy.
I also want to apologize to my audience, though. You trusted me to be a good
I think giving the money back to being somebody else's responsibility increases the chance of it actually happening. Sure. But he said if H Bomber Guy and his team won't accept it, he's going to give it to Wikipedia instead of saying, I will find the people who I stole from and will give it to them. Right? He probably would not have done it, but I would still rather him fake give the money back to the people who he stole from instead of fake giving it to Wikipedia. You know what I mean? Fake giving it to other random organizations and charities.
Of the queer community, and I was not that. I tried to be. I tried to be a voice for every member of the queer community, but that was a failed endeavor before it even started.
Why Wikipedia? Because that's where he stole most of his information from.
A man. No matter how much I try to be a good spokesperson, I can never really truly understand the life experiences of other far more put upon members of the queer community. This is one of the reasons that I would use their own words. But I should have made it very clear that that's what I was doing. I never, ever thought that I was the only voice out there, as some have said, but being a cis white man, I thought I might be able to win over some people who wouldn't otherwise listen, unless it was someone who looked...
It was him, Katie. This was the person.
And sounds just like them.
I'm pretty sure.
So I tried speaking for everyone. And this was a horrible mistake. What I thought was being
also, but like,
inclusive...
I assume he's going to get into like the plagiarism stuff later on, but like, that's not really why people were truly mad at you. You know what I mean? Like, I think people understood that like you being, you know, cis and white, even while being gay, does not make you the spokesperson for the entirety of the queer community. I'm sure queer people got that. They didn't expect you to speak for the queer community. That's not the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is when you were stealing the voices of the people who you claim to represent as the spokesperson for the queer community and passing that off as your own work. That was the issue. That was the problem. You know what I mean? And he's like, I'm sorry that you expected me to be the voice of the queer community and I wasn't that because I'm white. You should not have actually expected me to be the voice of the queer community at all. Instead of like, I don't know, I'm sorry for stealing work from other smaller queer writers who, you know, are more marginalized than me and more well-read than me and probably better to speak on these issues than I am, or X, Y, and Z and stuff. You know what I mean?
Ended up leading to a lot of people feeling left out and even offended. This fell upon Nick as well, as a non-binary person on the ace spectrum. They wanted to include asexuality and non-binary representation in our videos, but because Nick's experience is not universal, there is no universal experience. People felt that we were delegitimizing their own experiences because we focused on Nick's, and I apologize for that. And I'm sure that Nick does as well. I'd also like to extend a personal apology to Jesse Earl, better known as Jesse Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber, Jesse was by...
No shot that somebody take it seriously. You make videos about you, Candace Owens being a grifter, yet you're supporting a grifter. Cringe. That didn't take long at all. Irony is dead. Irony is dead. People are stupid. Had to be a joke. No, this person, I don't think they're joking because they went to my channel and they'd be like, this is what you make videos on.
Far the kindest person. I think Jesse might be one of the kindest people I've ever met or ever encountered. We never actually met in person. Because of my hot-headedness, I drew her into just this anger.
And I already pointed out the irony in Summerton's calling a measured response and name the series of H. Guy does. People have pointed that out, yes, and it is funny. Shadow's working on his Dexerto mention. I am. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get canceled. I'm trying to get canceled.
Spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship. Jessie was actually doing her best to kind of mitigate my frustration.
The reverse Hasan.
And at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that. And I really, truly, honestly want to apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance.
You know what? Okay. I do have to do this because it will come back. There. See, I've protected myself.
To speak with Jesse one-on-one.
Comment also implies they think Candace Owen isn't a grifter. You call Candace Owen a grifter, but she's supposed to support Summerton. No, I think they were just saying, just like, they think I was being hypocritical or whatever. I genuinely despise people who make obvious jokes and the person responds being antagonistic. When someone tells them a joke, they say that their aggression is a joke. Yeah.
Or if you have gotten a chance, you'll know just how nice she is and how kind. And I haven't
been listening to anything he's saying, by the way. I've been totally tuning him out.
Yeah. A real asshole for dragging her into my reactionary, unwarranted frustration. We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jesse, if you are watching this video, I do want you to know that
he's so boring.
Sorry for that. I hope, truly, honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jesse and I after that happened that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a fan of Jesse's, did an internet and
it's all 1.5. It's like 1.25. You're right.
Kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though, I was in a very panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jesse to the police. Which
was on his tweet before last night before going off of Twitter. They watch all the haters. I mean, his tweet kind of popped off.
It's understanding that people came away with. I did not report Jesse to the police. I would have no reason to do that. And it did end up that this person had a prior record with the police of violent acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that they implored me not to speak to Jesse, which I took their advice on, which I shouldn't have, honestly. I should have at least clarified to Jesse what was going on and not just left her hanging. And so I want to, again, apologize to Jesse for that.
What was the tweet
in
about?
That state, I listened to the police, which is...
Okay. I thought this would be more fun. But, like, he's just yapping, honestly. He's just yapping. This is what Hasan said. This person posted, "What's harder than this?" And Hasan said, "Twitch streaming." Dang, Drew is a reply guy. Reply guy Drew. It's funny. I think this is a good tweet. Double down. Don't let the haters win. Video goes hard, by the way. I think he should keep leaning into it. I think it's funny. Dang, Drew keeps tweeting, bro. Tweet through it, Drew. Tweet through it. Probably doing a guilt sandwich. He's probably going to say a bunch of stuff and then pay some of his victim, glad what he did, and then back around to himself. True. But it's so boring. It's so boring.
You know, maybe not the best decision all the time because the cops don't usually have the best interests of people at heart. So, Jesse, I want to apologize for that and everything else that happened. Completely understand why you would not want to speak to me ever again, but I just want you to know that I am sorry. But now back on the original topic.
Sorry.
The work Nick and I were doing on the channel, we wanted it to be, you know, for everyone. We wanted it to be a channel where every queer person could feel welcomed, and we failed at that. That is something that in hindsight I think is impossible to create, and that's why it's important for there to be many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable, which is something that I should have been helping with. I often shared other queer creators on Twitter, but this was when I only had, 800, 1,000 Twitter followers, and these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing, because usually they would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers. I'm not sure what created that dichotomy, but something was definitely off with the algorithm there. There is a part of my brain that says YouTube kind of went, oh, white male queer, let's push him, and, ignore everyone else in the community, whereas people were able to actually discover other queer creators on Twitter and then make their way to YouTube, but the YouTube algorithm kind of, that's the most negative interpretation I have of it, which unfortunately may be true. In any case, I should have done more to share the voices of other queer people, certainly the people whose works I used, both credited and plagiarized in my videos, but also just other creators on YouTube. It's important for us as a community, as vaguely defined as we are, to support each other, and I didn't do that nearly enough. From day one, I was very taken in by the idea.
Honestly, him not singing
as
ruins
my
it,
videos
dog.
started to get recommended by the algorithm after not releasing a new video for like 2 years. I felt like I had a short period of time to get the next videos out as soon as possible, which is why so little work was put into the writing of them, and so much was taken from other places, plagiarized. Early on, I thought crediting authors in the opening credits alone was enough, especially since the videos weren't monetized early on. But I understand now, especially after speaking with some of the people who I did plagiarize, that was just, I was wrong. That was not the way to go about it. They should have been cited properly within the text.
It took him nearly 10 minutes. Nearly 10 minutes in this 40-minute apology video to finally get to the point that people were actually talking about, and him to finally say, I was wrong to not credit people correctly, which is kind of all he needed to say in the first place. You feel me? And about that one time, to be fair, yeah, he wants to give all that money to Wikipedia, baby. He's like, listen, this video has to be long because I need to give all that money to Wikipedia. He's just so boring and lame and stuff.
Of the video, they should have been called out in the video at least once, verbally, as well as, having citations on screen. If there were a whole lot of them, like with, one of the examples that H-Bomber Guy used in his video was the Deep Cuts video, there were a whole lot of people who I, credited in the opening credits, but really it's plagiarism. They should have been cited on screen with actual citations, links where you can find this stuff. Maybe there should have even been a bibliography that you could have gone to, like on a Google Drive or something like that. Because, although I might have stated that the scripts were based upon the work of these authors, it, in many cases, wasn't just based on their work. It was their work, word for word. In some cases, I did get permission, like with the Evil Queens Disney video. I'll put the email up on the screen that I got from Sean Griffin, where he did give me permission to publish the video. I sent the finished video to him, and he watched it and he gave me permission. But in most cases, I didn't get permission, and thought that just putting the author's name in the opening credits was enough. I was much more interested in the production of the videos than the writing of them at this point. So after 3 or 4 videos, I brought Nick on as a main writer for the channel. The idea is that they would write the
He's trying to get out. I'm not sure that's a bad thing.
Film voice and edit the videos, and we'd split the money that came in. We were roommates at the time, and Nick didn't have a job, so I figured
Hey.
it would help both.
Fair, I didn't read the last bit. We got him, chat. We got him. Wait a minute, that's bad. Dang it. I'm not going to be canceled now. I need them to believe that I'm a bad person, so they cancel me.
This is actually when we had some of our biggest videos.
Wait, I've not been listening for the last 2 minutes. What has he been saying? The most civil YouTube chatter? True. None of us have. Should we just move on? What if he drops something crazy that happens here? What if he drops that like, what if he drops in here that like he actually has like a husband, but that husband said that they went to like a university in California and lived or born in Philly, but didn't actually live in Philly or didn't actually live in California, and he actually played arena football. What if he just drops that in the middle of this video and we miss it? What if he just drops that like the husband has like an offshore bank account with like $1 million in it or whatever, and every time they tried to buy a house together, he would be like, "Oh, I'll pay for this $700,000 house in cash," right? And anytime the realtor asks for like proof of payment or proof of like funds, he would just be like, "No, you say yes to my deal before that, and then I'll show you the proof of funds." And then every realtor just like bailed out or whatever. And then like later on, like the husband started like pissing in like Gatorade or Powerade bottles and stuff, right? And they got kicked out. It turns out they were lying about everything. And the husband's name was Legion. What if we missed that? That would be silly. That would never happen. What are you, crazy? That would never happen. Did I plagiarize a 50-part series? True.
Like the ones talking about.
Sorry, no, this isn't the CW Flash. It won't be that good. You're right. My sister's husband, uncle, we hired to write this script in order to support a homeless, dying white children in Europe. What a wild story you made up. Yeah, I'm a little silly.
In Hulkling, where we lucked out because it came out right in time for WandaVision to hit. And then the Killing Stalking video, which became our biggest video by far. The Sadism of Class was another one. These videos weren't plagiarized, and we loved making them. It didn't take long for the channel income to start growing. Lucky timing, really, because this was around the same time that I was laid off.
Somebody in chat said the Killing Stalking video was plagiarized. I'm 100% sure the Killing Stalking one was plagiarized. There's DVDs on the shelf. I need to know. Maybe
the company that I was
like Blu-rays
downsized once COVID hit its second year. Nick and I had both grown up poor, so we started doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible. This meant putting out more videos, which meant I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues, as well as managing the channel, and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis, all of that was already taking up so much of my time and attention. This led to a lot of copy and pasting blocks of text into scripts. My intention...
Wait, no shot is he saying, bro, y'all, I had to get all these videos out, and my mom got diagnosed with cancer, so I had to just start copying pasting. He's still, to this day, months later, finding roundabout ways to defend himself instead of saying, I messed up, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done it.
Mom's recent cancer diagnosis because of you over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually, and I had both grown up poor, so we started doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible. This meant putting out more videos, which meant...
Listen, y'all don't understand. Nick and I, we grew up poor. So that means we had to keep putting out more videos and more videos because we needed money. Because again, remember, we grew up poor, and in doing that, like a lot of things were happening in my life, and my mom had cancer, and so of course, when it comes to making more money, we had to, of course, start plagiarizing things, of course, because money and money and poor, and we're poor, and my mom had cancer, and it was sad. I was in a bad system in life, and I was poor, and we were poor, and so of course we had to put out more videos, and more videos mean more scripts, and more scripts mean there's a lot of things we have to do, and then we ended up copying and pasting a lot because we were poor, and my mom had cancer. Like that's all it is. It's all it is. Instead of just saying, I messed up. I messed up. I copied videos. Shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. This video does not need to be 43 minutes long. I don't need to know your life story. I need to know you are sorry and you won't do it again. And he still does not understand that from the first video. He doesn't. He doesn't get it.
I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues, as well as managing the channel and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis, all of that was already taking up so much of my time and attention.
What does managing the channel even mean? I have a YouTube channel, chat. I don't post on it that much, but I have one. What does managing the channel mean? I would assume that managing the channel means you're posting the videos and stuff, right? Which he's already included in like the writing, the scripting, the editing as well. Wait, is this video title the same as Age Grammar Guy? Yes. Age Grammar Guy's video was a measured response, or did have a measured response in it. And he's, lifted that as well, for sure. I think it's kind of ironic. It's kind of funny. Writing a description of the video at most, yeah.
This led to a lot of copy and pasting.
Posting and deleting comments when people are saying he's plagiarizing, you're right.
My intention at the time was to use these as a jumping off point once Nick and I sat down to edit the script, because that's what we would do. I would sort of put in my parts, Nick would put in his parts, and then we would sit down at a table, read through the whole script, and kind of try and make it seem cohesive. And here's something.
What he means by that is, instead of make it cohesive, he's saying that me and Nick will put in our giant blocks of text, and then we will change it up a little bit so people don't see we copied it. And for a few videos, when we were on a time crunch, I didn't change mine up enough. That's why people are mad at me. That's it. That's it. It's Friskus. What's up? Hello.
I'm sure a lot of people will call a bullshit excuse. I have memory issues because of a head injury from when I was a child.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Is Friskus has just subscribed.
Even if that was true. Right. Even if that was true. What does that have to do with this apology? What does that have to do with what you're apologizing for? Dog, I have memory issues as well because of a traumatic injury that I had when I was a teenager, young adult, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I don't remember how long it was. 4.5 years ago, right? Hospitalized for a week. I still can't remember things very well. Welcome to the club, I guess. Welcome to the gang. I don't plagiarize people when I make my YouTube videos. Bro, I'm literally just dumb. Join the club. I never seen Sean the Black and Goku in the same room together. True. All the more reason to copy citations. You're right, chat. Maybe I'm doing this wrong this entire time.
It's getting worse. I've talked about it on streams and in videos, so yes, it is real, but some people will call it I've talked about it on streams and in videos, so yes, it is real, but some people will call it a bullshit excuse anyway. The head injury is actually what led to me having epilepsy, which is why I can't work in any job that involves physical labor. Employers can't get insurance for me to lift things or operate vehicles and stuff like that. I actually did marketing for...
None of this matters. You think his Patreon is back? Don't do this to me. It's the only thing in his description. It's the only thing in his description. I'm sure he gets to it later. He's going to be like, all of my Patreon money is going to go to Wikipedia or something. But it's literally the only thing in his subscription. Which video should I start working on next? He ran out of money. He ran out of money, chat. He ran out of money. He has no more money. So that's why he made his apology video. He put more videos on Patreon. This is exactly what somebody said. I don't remember who said this. This is exactly what somebody said that he would do. He would come back at the end of the month, before, like when nobody's really paying attention, and reinstitute his Patreon. So you are charged for the month of February and you are charged for the month of March as well. For the people who forgot to cancel their Patreon subscription. He would deactivate his Patreon, right? And then he would only reactivate it at the end of a month, so he gets charged for both. Somebody said that in December that he would do, and he just waited 2 more months. And so we can't even see, unless this is a new Patreon, which it might be a new Patreon. Does anybody have a, let me show my history. I can't tell if this is a new Patreon of his or if he just reactivated his old one. I was supposed to for 22 hours ago. Yes, but I don't know if that means he made a new Patreon or if he just deleted everything off of his old Patreon and then reactivated it. You know what I mean? I need to find a link to what his old Patreon was. I think this is a new one, actually. Wait, hold on. Okay, I take it back. This is not the same Patreon. This is a new Patreon. Fair. He's not doing that rope-a-dope thing. This was the old Patreon. It was just James Somerton, which isn't exporting any, wait. Not creators. It's not what I want. I don't think it's a creator account. I think this is a user account. But he made a new one that he's trying to promote as well. I still think it's crazy that he's trying to make money off of Patreon when he says in this video that, like, I'm trying to give all of my money to the people I've wronged or whatever. Also, it is Friskas. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Also, chat, we're only like 300 follows away from 10K. 300 follows away. That's not bad. We can hit that by the end of February.
A restaurant group for a little while, but got let go when they found out that I was epileptic because, at least according to them, I couldn't be insured to be in the kitchens where I needed to be to film videos and take photos and stuff like that. But anyway, when it came to editing the scripts, I couldn't remember what I'd written and what had been copy-pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put into the scripts and filled them in with whole...
Bro, I was like, listen, when I was young, I was dropped on my head like Goku, right? And you know how Goku became like a good person after he was dropped on his head? Well, I became a not good person when I was dropped on my head. And because I was dropped on my head as a kid, when I grew up to the big age of 40 years old, I didn't remember when what I typed in and what my copy pasted it in. So I kept it all in there and I posted the video, and apparently I accidentally left in all the things that I copy pasted in it. So it's not my fault that I plagiarized. I technically didn't plagiarize. It was like my alter ego. It's my bad memory accidentally led me to plagiarize multiple times, consistently, like literally almost every time for like 20 something videos. But like, don't you remember? It's my bad memory. My brain isn't bad. It's just that I'm Goku. True. I didn't plagiarize. That was me 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy. He's still defending himself instead of like taking accountability. You can't simultaneously say, I thought that it was enough to quote these people in the title cards or whatever, and simultaneously have the take that I didn't plagiarize on purpose. It was an accident. I didn't mean to leave it in. You know what I mean? You can't have those takes. Though they are not like analogous, consistent, the same. All the big words.
Original thoughts, or I should have been taking notes.
What is this picture? Oh, this is kind of sick. This is Goku with black hair. It's a cool emote.
Where things came from, so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else. But I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to.
Bro, come on, dog. Come on, dog. He's gonna be like, I don't know if I'm willing to say that. I think I'm still at fault. Why would you even put that in this video?
Say that, really. Maybe it was, or maybe it was just plain laziness. Maybe I thought that this was somewhere that I could cut a corner because I was torn in so many other directions. Honestly,
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
He's saying, bro, my therapist said it was probably because of my undiagnosed ADHD, why I forgot to quote people the way that I was supposed to quote people, and I left on entire blocks of text that I had not written in my words ever in my life, that I then said and edited and posted the videos of those words that weren't my words. But yeah, they said it wasn't my fault. It was my ADHD. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up. That's all I hear about this. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up. The song goes hard. The song goes hard. Hold on, I'll play it one more time. Now you would be watching the same video at the same time. We're the same people. Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be famous. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up. True.
Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous.
I wanna be famous. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm drugged up.
Oh, I just want to be a rock star. What? I just want to be a rock star. Let me be a
Rock star tonight.
She won't make my pee-pee. Cause she says I'm white.
Hold on.
But I promise I'm not white. I'm Native American.
Hey, Elizabeth Warren?
I'm Native American. Yeah.
That goes hard. Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be famous. Didn't know such a special thing existed? Really? My therapist said I had ADHD.
ADHD, but I don't. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to say that. Really.
Come on, chat. Come on. Okay, tell me. I'm sorry. This is kind of irrelevant to the actual video, but tell me that line does not reminisce. Wait, did he plagiarize that from the song from a small black artist? It's the same line. It's the same line.
At least cite them.
He can't stop stealing.
If nothing else, but I never did that. According out. But anyway, when it came to editing the scripts, I couldn't remember what I'd written and what had been copy-pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put into the scripts and filled them in with wholly original thoughts. Or I should have been...
All right, if he calls himself Native American in this chat, it's over. It's done. It's donezo.
Notes on where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else, but I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to say that, really. Maybe it was, or maybe it was...
I think it's unconscious. I keep pausing it, but I literally think it's unconscious. I don't think he understands or he knows what he's doing, but I can 100% see a world where he heard that song and he was like, okay. And then it just, whenever he's like typing, he just comes out. You know what I mean? Mom, leave me alone. I want to be famous. I want to be famous. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up.
To the scripts and filled them in with original writing.
Sorry.
But we felt like we had too much of a time crunch. We felt like we had to get videos out more often to feed the algorithm. And then my mom died. And I became completely useless. I couldn't think straight at all. So Nick had to completely take over writing duties while I dealt with things you deal with after a person dies. My dad, you see, he can't read or write. He was very poor when he was a kid. So he had to leave school.
Am I a dick, chat? Am I being a little bit dickish to be like, this has absolutely no bearing on the actual substantive argument? I'm sorry your mom died, James. I'm sorry your dad can't read or write, but like, it literally does not matter to what people are blaming you for. And yes, he's also passing the blame back to Nick again. He's saying when my mom died, I couldn't write anymore, literally at all. And my dad couldn't read and write. That's not important, but it couldn't happen either. And so Nick was doing all the writing. So, hey, so if you go to the timeline, there's like my mom died. H Bomber guy had videos that are posted here. I wasn't doing any writing there because I was all sad and stuff. So it's somebody else and it wasn't me. Sorry, he wasn't giving us a sympathy sandwich. He's giving us a full pity lasagna.
Really young to work in order to feed his many brothers and sisters. So I had to deal with all the legal stuff after my mom died, as well as making sure that all my dad's bills were paid and whatnot, especially after his income was basically cut in half. There was supposed to be a buffer here, money-wise, as my mom had a life insurance policy that was going to be split between my dad and myself. But the insurance company, RBC Insurance, so if you have insurance with them, maybe rethink that, refused to pay out the policy because...
Bro, what does this have to do with anything? I could give you my mom died and I was sad, and so I couldn't write the script, so it's all Nick's fault. But what does my mom died and my dad can't write, and so I had to handle all of the legal documents and all the bills and stuff. And also my mom had a life insurance policy with RBC Life Insurance, and that's life insurance policy, they didn't pay us out because they found out my mom had a pre-existing condition. Like, what does that have to do with literally anything? What does that have to do with... This is how you know he doesn't write his scripts, because he's a terrible writer. He's a horrible writer. He's even bad trying to write sympathy for himself. It's not good. He's not good, literally at all.
Mentioned that she had family with diabetes. She didn't have diabetes, but because she didn't think to mention that she had family with diabetes, it apparently voided the policy. All they did was refund a year's worth of premiums that she'd paid, even though she'd been paying them for about 15 years. One of the things, the main thing, really, that I was supposed to do with my portion of the insurance money was I was supposed to make a movie. These were direct instructions from my mom herself. She'd been very much behind me when I decided, when I was about 10, that I wanted to be a filmmaker.
I wonder how he explains the $10,000 camera that he bought for YouTube videos. I wonder how that meshes with, like, I think it was more than $10,000, right? How much was the camera that he bought that Dan Olsen called out? Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be fame. Yeah, it's about $10,000. I think it's really funny that James Harrison spent $8,000 on a fancy camera and a ridiculous amount on lenses, on top of a undoubtedly massive amount for previous gear, just to film an out of focus, plagiarized video essays in the dark. Yeah, $10,000 for a new camera. I wonder how that shakes out with my family's always been poor and we were strapped for money. You feel me? How does that work? How does that work? I don't know how that meshes in his worldview. Because we know how much money he was making on Patreon. He was making a lot of money. What camera? Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Mom, leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be famous. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up. When you say your channel was teetering on the edge of extinction and then replaced your Ursa Mini Pro G2 with an FX6 a few weeks later, was that a lie about your financial situation, or did you, or just a profoundly reckless use of money that your patrons believe was intended to be used to keep you from being homeless? It was FX6. My therapist said I had ADHD. I don't even know what that means. I'm all drugged up. I'm all drugged up. Very good camera, but way overkill. Especially if you're like, dog, I'm teetering on homelessness. You feel me? I'm teetering on homelessness. Please subscribe to my Patreon. And then goes to buy a $7,000 camera. So again, I wonder how that meshes with this whole this. Use your iPhone. That's the thing though. He had a camera. He had a Ursa Mini Pro G2. Which is a $5,000 camera. He replaced his $5,000. Again, this is the body as well. You feel me? This isn't even the entire kit. It's just the body. He replaced his $5,000 or $6,000 camera with a $7,000 camera. Not including the lenses and the all the accessories and such. So, yeah. Leave me alone. I wanna be famous. I wanna be. You can actually. I think you can actually see it in the background here. I think this is the $6,000 camera, and he's probably using the $7,000 camera to record this video right now. It's his $6,000 camera has become a blurred backdrop in the background.
And she wanted me to finally have the opportunity to do that, even if she never got to see it. So when the life insurance
increase the blur in case they figure it out,
I decided to try and crowdfund it, at least enough to make a short film or two. This is what Telos grew out of. So what happened with Telos? Let me break down the timeline. When we launched the campaign in February of 2022, we hoped to raise $3,000 to produce a short film that we hoped that we would then use as a sort of proof of concept to attract investors, either private, public, or through Canada's telefilm program, to produce a feature. Some people online have stated that $3,000 never would have covered the cost of a short film. These were not going to be
apologize because then I have to admit wrongdoing. He has to explain why he's not at fault and why this is everybody else's fault but his. This is the second apology where he's done this. Literally the second one. So, who knows?
Movies, and we were very clear about that up front. We wanted to be able to pay actors as best that we could, but we never expected to be able to reach typical union wages. The crew was going to be made up of people that I had gone to film school with. Everyone, including Nick and myself, we were roommates at the time living on the East Coast, were more than happy to work behind the scenes for free. We planned on writing a movie with a small cast and only 1 or 2 locations, ideally ones that we could get access to for free. Again, we assumed all of the money would go to the actors. We kind of looked at this as a sort of community theater troupe, but for filmmaking. After the campaign launched, it did infinitely better than we could have expected, and our ambitions grew. We started
and he's never made a single movie, like literally anything, right? He's saying, bro, we were strapped for cash. We had no money. We were working on a skeleton crew to make a small short film. And then we got a buttload of money and we did nothing with it.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
Nothing at all. What does the film have to do with his YouTube plagiarism? It was a segment in this video. At the very end here. It was a a 5-minute segment in this video titled he's started a film studio, and the conclusion was he made no movies. So instead of addressing this 2-hour segment about, bro, you're a plagiarizer, he's like, I'm gonna spend an extended period of time talking about this one 5-minute segment saying, hey, you made no movies. He's like, now I'm going to explain to you why I made no movies. Like, first of all, it doesn't change the fact you made no movies. Second of all, you still haven't really addressed the plagiarism stuff. So, I don't know, maybe get on that first, maybe? He did admit the plagiarism. And he admitted that he did plagiarize, but he said it was because he was sad and his mom died and he had no time to actually do YouTube videos. And he pushed it on Nick as well. So, the Red Star, thank you for the continuing sub. I've never seen this before. Thank you.
Sean the Black says she's my African
planning
princess.
to make a feature instead of a short film. And the plan was to take this around to film festivals. The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre 10 years after the fact, as she was publishing a book about her ordeal, drawing attention from people online convinced that she had actually been the killer all along. In the end, we would find out that the killer was the boyfriend of the girl who the main character had secretly been dating at the time of the killings. And most of the people he killed were, in his eyes...
Spoilers. I'm sorry. Spoilers.
Collateral damage as he made his way to our main character, because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. Wait.
So his movie was about a girl who was bi, who was a survivor of a slasher massacre, but finds out 10 years after the fact that her boyfriend at the time was the killer, because the boyfriend was scorned, not that because she was bi, not because the boyfriend was homophobic, but was instead scorned because the main character, who's a girl, cheated on him. That just happened to be with another girl. Also stole an idea from a book called Survivor's Club or something like that. Did he steal the Final Girl Support Group or Scream? Both. All right, chat, let me know if this is good representation. Because, like, to me, it didn't come across as good representation for like bi people. That, like, the villain of the story is not bad because, explain it again, girl has boyfriend, cheats on boyfriend with girl. Boyfriend gets scorned that girlfriend cheated on him with a girl, or just in general, and then kills everybody trying to get to the girlfriend. And the girlfriend survives and writes a book 10 years later. Here, I'll let him explain it as well. I was listening to it, I was like,
character had secretly
here
after the fact, as she was publishing a book about her ordeal.
Also, why does this sound so low? Oh wait, let me turn it up on my volume mixer. How about that?
Drawing attention from people online, convinced that she had actually been a feature instead of a short film, and the plan was to take this around to film festivals. The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre 10 years after the fact, as she was publishing a book about her ordeal. Drawing attention from people online, convinced that she had actually been the killer all along. In the end, we would find out that the killer was the boyfriend of the girl who the main character had secretly been dating at the time of the killings. And most of the people he killed were, in his eyes, collateral damage as he made his way to our main character, because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix, read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie. And the final girl is a trope.
Well, I mean, I guess we would never know because the movie didn't come out. And yes, he did the bi people cheat thing. Wasn't she plagiarizing his murders for her book? In the Final Girl Support Group or in his book? Because in his movie, we don't know because it never came out. Wait, why did he say the boyfriend mad his girlfriend cheated on him with a girl and not just cheated? That's what I picked up on as well. Which is where I was like, again, I'm not like bi. I can't speak for like bi people or whatever. It did come across a little bit of like, it's a little biphobic, right? A little bit because he's painting the boyfriend as homophobic or biphobic or whatever because he's mad that his girlfriend cheated on him with a girl being like the important part instead of just being mad that his girlfriend cheated on him. Just generally, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just a bit weird. It was a bit strange, a little bit iffy. It didn't really mesh with James's thoughts about bi women that he made or his comments about bi people beforehand. In his other videos, just, you feel me? I was like, who accused him of plagiarizing this plot before? Nobody. He's trying to get ahead of. Yeah, he's saying, for those of you who say that it's exactly like this thing, read a book. His mom did. Not of this book specifically, I don't believe. I don't think H Bomber guy. Todd might have, right? It wasn't H Bomber guy though.
Image as he made his way to our main character because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix, read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie. And the final girl is a trope in horror movies. So if using the final girl trope is plagiarism, then basically everyone who's made a slasher movie since Texas Chainsaw Massacre owes the Toby Hooper.
And again, I haven't read Final Girl Support Group, but if your trope is that the final girl survives, goes on and writes a book or whatever, and that's what happens in Final Girl Support Group, that's a bit work. Like, you know, especially with James's history of plagiarism, I think it's definitely fair to be like, that's kind of similar to what I've heard before. You know what I mean?
It's the money. But anyway, Nick and I planned out the movie, but I didn't want to start writing it until the campaign ended and the money was actually deposited. After the insurance debacle, I didn't want to count our chickens before they hatched. When the money was officially deposited, I immediately began work on the screenplay. I finished it that summer, soon after Nick had left to spend 2 months at home in Ottawa, Ontario with family. I sent the script to him to read right away because I was very proud of it.
You guys say bits and pieces, which of course isn't even like truly a bad thing, right? Because most people, when you are creative, something spurs you to want to be a part of the creative process, right? Like if you're a musician or if you're like an artist, you're like, okay, well, I like these people. I want to make music like these people. Of course, you're going to take what you enjoy from the aspects of those people and mix it into your own thing when you're first starting out until you find your own style, right? The problem with James is that he never finds his own style. His own style is just made up of stuff that he stole. And he's not even properly crediting the stuff that he stole. You feel me? That's the main difference. He got too successful off of stealing stuff in the early stages of becoming a creative, and has not properly done the work in the later stages of him becoming a creative in actually fixing or creating your own style, your own thing, if you will. He didn't even write it yet before he presented the project. No, he did not. Which is weird because you kind of always start by writing a screenplay. That's how you start. You go to studios, right? And you pitch the screenplay before they give you money, right? Even if the idea is coming in-house, right? If it's a property that a producer has, right? They will go to a screenwriter and say, hey, write a screenplay for this specific idea. Come back to us, and then we'll bring it to the executives, and then we'll see if we make it work, right? They go write the entire screenplay, literally all of it, right? They bring that back and say, this is what I've written. How do you like it? It will be read. They'll be like, I like this aspect. Did not like this aspect. Go back and do it again. They'll go back and they'll do it again continually, right? And then when they have a finished screenplay that's good and passable, then they get the funds to start working on casting the actors. Then they get the funds to start working on set pieces and where we're going to be filmed in, and getting travel budgets and getting the permits for the land, and then all of that stuff. You get money to write things in advance, but usually not for your first work, unless you're famous for something else. I mean, you're still going to get paid for writing something, right? But there's still no guarantee that that's going to be turned into like a finished product, right? Like a screenwriter will still get paid for that process, but they're not like, all right, this is going to be the movie we're going to make. Go and write a screenplay for it and then come back to us and we're going to start making the movie. Like that's not necessarily the process of how it goes. Right? Especially if you're not like if it's your first time doing it. And so he's already promised a finished product to his audience before even having the screenplay done, before even having the basis of his story done, which is why it fails in ways that like actual true productions don't fail. You know what I mean? Because even if like The Lion King 4, the screenplay sucks, we're never going to truly know. There'll be like rumors of like, oh, people are writing The Lion King 4 or whatever. But we're never going to truly know if there is a Lion King 4 movie until the screenplay is greenlit and production starts. That's when your leaks and your rumors and stuff starts to come out. Right? But yeah, that only truly works for large, big budget productions that have name behind them, and not short indie film James Somerton that had literally just abandoned his smaller short film in favor of this one. You feel me? His logic is he can't justify taking time away from writing the movie when he had all those videos to make, which is flawed logic. Dude could have hired somebody to edit his videos. He could have, but then there'll be less money for him.
Didn't want to share his opinion on it until he got back to the East Coast. So in the meantime, I put out a preliminary casting call on local job boards. When Nick got back, he believed that the script needed a page 1 rework. This is also when he told me that he'd be moving back to Ontario permanently soon, as he wanted to live closer to family and live in a bigger city with more opportunities. This was a punch to the gut for me. We'd been living together since 2015 and had become quite dependent on each other. I felt like there was no way that I could make this movie without him. And since I had received not that many replies to the initial casting call, I took this as a sign that Ontario would be a better place to launch Telos, even though all my professional film connections were on the East Coast. That was a mistake. There, I had free access to the campground that would serve as the setting for a good portion of the movie, as well as easy access to any number of houses, apartments, and even offices that friends of friends would let me use to shoot. In Ontario, I had none of that.
I don't know what Matt scene for a minute. You might have had to refresh or something. Twitch be like that sometimes. Why is he still yapping in a movie? That's a good question. He's been on this movie thing for a while and not addressing like the actual substantive argument of like, hey, you kind of plagiarized and stuff.
Final Girl, since there was no conceivable way of filming it, at least not within the budget that we had. After Nick and I moved to the Toronto area, he decided that he actually wanted to move home to Ottawa, to the Ottawa area, about 5 hours away, at least for a little while. In the meantime, he would take a train to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, once a month.
I don't know. It seems like Nick didn't really like this person. I'm just saying.
To work on YouTube videos for a few days and then head back. This went on for a little less than a year. So I began brainstorming new movies that we could film in Ontario. This is where the multiple posters and teaser trailers came from. I was trying to create something tangible to show that work was still being done with Telos. I wrote multiple treatments for movies over the next few months, and Nick and I eventually landed on...
You haven't even finished your first one yet. That's like getting a book deal, right? For your first major book release. You haven't even written yet. And being like, I'm going to start working on the sequel. Actually, I'm gonna work on a spinoff about the bad guy when he was younger. Like, dog, you did not even write your first book yet. Did you even get the deal though? He got money though. He got a lot of money from his Patreon. That's the thing. So he didn't get a deal, but he had like tens of thousands of dollars from his Patreon, from his GoFundMe or Kickstarter or whatever he did for his Telos project.
One called Antisocial, a murder mystery about a former social media clique who had gone their separate ways on very bad terms, and they were coming together for a reunion at a sort of VidCon event. They were all sharing a house, and then some of them were going to start showing up dead. Around the same time, summer of 2023, Nick had moved to the GTA full time. He and I spent weeks working out exactly how the murder mystery would parse out in the movie. We had...
What? What happened to the first movie? Even in this, when he's supposed to be explaining weird things like why this movie didn't come out, he looks terrible. He's like, yeah, we had a short film. I dropped that for this Survivor Girl movie. And then I dropped that for this other murder mystery movie about YouTubers at VidCon. Literally, he has not finished a single screenplay yet. Nick read it and was like, dog, this is garbage. This sucks. And he was like, oh, okay. And Nick was like, yeah, I'm moving back to Canada to be with my family. He's like, can I come? Nick, can I come, please? Please don't leave me here alone. Nick was like, I mean, I guess. And they moved back to wherever they were. And then Nick was like, bro, I'm moving back to Ottawa, 5 hours away, with my family. He's like, can I come? And Nick was like, no. Like, I will be back once a month. Once a month. He's like, oh, okay. Like, James is a child. He's such a child.
A bunch of whiteboards up on my wall, and we were just breaking it down piece by piece. I put out a new casting call in the GTA and received hundreds of responses. So I was planning on casting as soon as the script was finished. But after trying to work out the numbers as far as paying actors went, plus location...
Bro, why are you doing casting calls? Your script isn't even done yet. Is Nick his partner or something? Nick is his roommate. I don't know if they have any more things going on. I don't know if it's deeper than that, but that's what I know.
Food, costumes, as well as the equipment that we'd already purchased and the legal costs of setting up Telos as a business, we realized that we'd gone way too big with this movie.
Oh, mean the third movie that you've tried to script, you've realized now that you went too big? This is the moment you've realized that maybe we went a little bit too big.
We had too many characters and too many locations, and it was just way too complex to be able to pull off with the budget. So I started working on a script for a movie called The Listener.
Bro, please finish one script. Please, I beg of you. This is retroactive. We're like a year into the future at this point. Please finish one script. A single script. Literally anything. anything. He's just literally a child. He's like, I have an idea, mom, I have an idea. Like, what if we had like a story where like we were all superheroes and like I had like superpowers and I was flying around and I shot laser beams out of my eyes. And then mom was like, that's nice, Jim. He's like, oh, mama, I have another idea where now we're all spies. We're spies, and we're all going to go sneak around, and we're going to steal the Tiffany diamond, and we're going to steal it, and we're going to sell it, and we're going to run around from the cops, and they won't catch us. And he's like, all right, Timmy, that's pretty cool. Oh, mama, I have another idea. Okay, with another idea where we get sent back in time and we chill with the dinosaurs and we all ride the dinosaurs and we talk with the cavemen and we give them like cell phones and stuff. And it'll be so cool. It'll be so cool, mom. He's like, all right, Timmy, let's see. He's like, oh, mama, I have a great idea, right? What if we were archaeologists, right? And this is like a sequel to the first idea where like we're archaeologists and we saw our bones from when we were with the dinosaurs and we dug up the dinosaur bones and you find a special little amulet that has a little gem in it that allows you to control time. And then a big giant purple man comes down and then he's like, give me your time gem, please. And then you're like, no. And I'm like, no. And then he's like, yes. And so he's like, give me your time gem, please. And then you give him the time gem, but then we all dust into fade in the dust. But then you guys come back and you all bring us back to life. And then we all go and we hit the guy really hard. And then dad steals the gem and he snaps them all out of existence. That's what I see when I'm doing this. This child plagiarizing Disney? Yes. First half you are doing this impression? This is your last family dinner or 2 weeks ago?
A true crime podcaster focused on the mysterious deaths of homeless gay men in his city. I was a fair...
Dog, what is his obsession with like murder mysteries? Like maybe this is just me. You should pick a different genre. It's not working out for you. I'll show you your stories.
When we realized it'd be about a year before we could even film anything, since winter was on its way and the story relied heavily...
Winter is coming.
...on a summer setting. So we went back.
Why would you write a summer movie when it's winter? You can change that. Just don't write a movie sent... You have full control. Just write a movie set in the winter. You are writing the movie. It's like, finally, a completed script. Our first completed script. Wait, Nick, look. Our script says has to be set in the summer on the top. It's snowing. Oh no, I guess we have to write another script.
The drawing board yet again, finally settling on a modern day adaptation of The Vampire based on the book by John Polidori.
He could not have made this video and thought it looked good. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the last 10 minutes, he's like, yeah, we started working on this script, right? And then I stopped working on it because I got bored of it. And then we started working on this script, and then we just didn't make that movie. And we started working on this script, and we just didn't make that movie. And we started working on this script, and we just didn't make that movie. And then we started working on this script, and we just didn't make that movie either. Like, no shot does he think this is actually addressing any of the claims that people had. Like, come on, bro.
It's one of the original works of published vampire fiction. It's never received a proper film adaptation and was in public domain, so we thought it would be a great choice. And the cast could be kept down to basically 5 characters, with only 2 of them being on screen most of the time. Nick and I both wrote treatments for it, which we planned on melding together into a final treatment that we would write the script based off of. We'd had a meeting about it, and we were talking about how best to move forward, how fast we could get the script written, how long it would take to cast, how soon we could start shooting. We knew that it had been a while since the initial funding of Telos came in, and we wanted to get something concrete out as soon as possible. After the meeting, we went to dinner, and while at dinner, I started getting messages about the H-Bomber guy video. We were in over our heads once we left the East Coast, but the intention was never...
Sure, bro. He was like, listen, I sat down, I looked at Nick. I was like, Nick, look at me. And Nick looked at me, and I was like, look at me. We have to get something concrete out, bro. I truly care about this Telos project, and it's so important to me, and we have to get something out immediately. And Nick looked at me, and he just nodded. And we nodded together. We're like, yeah, we have to get something out. And then as I was walking to submit my flash drive with the completed movie on it, I opened up my phone, I saw the H Bomber Guy video, and I was so surprised that I jumped in the air and the flash drive went down the drain. I promise you, I'm telling you right now, this is exactly how it happened. I cared so much about this project, and right when we were on the cusp of doing something amazing, the H Bomber Guy video dropped. So if y'all just would have given me a little bit more time, just a little bit more time, I would have gotten it out, and it would have been so great. Even though this is my 5th screenplay that we've produced nothing for, not a single thing for. I truly care about this project.
Ever. To take the money and run. I was so insanely excited about getting to make Telos a reality.
No, you can't say that. You can't say I never intended to take the money and run when your entire thing is that, listen, I wrote a screenplay, didn't make a movie. 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 I don't know why I thought you were referencing this. Oh, yes, literally it was this.
Oh my god, it's such a windy day. Oh no! My AirPods! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, now I'm gonna take the long way home. I'm so sad. Oh no, my AirPods! I can't believe it. Oh my god.
This is literally what happened. This is literally exactly what happened.
Oh my god, it's such.
This is his flashlight with the movie. He's like, oh no, my completed Telos project. Oh, it was so done and so complete. I don't get it. He's showing off his haircut. For chat who doesn't get it,
oh no,
he's showing off his haircut.
Oh my god, it's such a windy day. Oh no, my AirPods. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
In his
now
earrings,
I'm
yeah.
gonna take the long way home.
It's usually the haircut. It's usually the haircut.
Sad. Oh no, my AirPods. I can't believe it. Oh my god.
While checking the AirPods in, it's so it's hard to explain. It's a TikTok like trend or like meme of like weird ways to get people to show that you have a fresh cut. It's like somebody will like show a video of like dropping their phone or dropping their like glasses, like, oh no, I dropped my glasses, they bend up and they flip the camera around. Oh, I dropped my glasses. Oh, my glasses, I dropped them. Oh, that's so crazy. It's so crazy. You know, is that thing.
Oh my god, it's such a windy day. Oh no.
And then that kind of it gets its heads grown from there into like people dropping their AirPods. I respect it. You can see it. Whoop, it goes right in. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I respect it. It's a joke about how black barbers tell you to go home after your cut, but dudes love showing off a fresh cut and you find any excuse to go around town, doing everything to flex a new hairline. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to see the AirPods drop in the for real though. Well, they're probably empty. He probably will just buy a new case, which still probably expensive, but probably cheaper than just buying the AirPods in the case again. Like, I have a pair of AirPods here that have just like one AirPod in them because I lost one of them. I don't remember what I did with it though.
I was excited about getting to make a short film, let alone a feature. It's always been my dream to make movies, so Telos meant and means the world to me. For Nick, it was a very exciting project, but not his passion. Nick wanted to write novels. He still does. Nick looked at this as a good creative outlet that was way more fulfilling than writing video essays. I should have stayed where I was and not gone to Ontario. The move uprooted everything that was solid about Telos. And it took a whole year to get it back
eraser in it.
Close to state of
That's
mind.
hilarious.
But I am working with a producer now, so you can expect an actual product from Telos this year. It will likely be a short film to start off, but there is going to be something coming out of Telos this year. I know I've lost your trust.
Here again, he's only doing this so he doesn't get the money back. He's only doing this so he does not have to give the money back. That's it. That's the only reason he's producing anything. It's like, remember when Logan Paul said that Crypto Zoo was coming? He's like, obviously, you got one thing wrong. Crypto Zoo is still coming.
The tokens were the... He said I was wrong when he said expectations, but I was wrong. I mean, I wasn't wrong the first time he said I was wrong when he said he was going to still finish the game. I was wrong that he was going to do it at all.
But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information. See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that Crypto Zoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? Trust me, Crypto Zoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
Oops. So much for making damn sure of it.
Yeah. So James is just doing that again. And I can definitely see him also doing what Logan Paul did and not making whatever product he said he was going to make, and then still having to get the money back anyway. But James being like, yes, Telos is coming. He's not doing it because he cares about Telos. He say he was, or he is, but he's not doing it because he cares about Telos. He's doing it so he doesn't have to give the money back. Because if he makes no product, he would have to give the Kickstarter money back. He would. He could be sued for not making the product with the backing money. And so he's like, I'm making it, I promise. I promise I'm making something, even though it's been like 4 years.
But I will make nothing financially from this project. The money that is there will
He's
go
lying.
wholly to paying queer artists to work on a queer film.
Well, he's not lying and say that he's not making any money from the project. He's already made money from the project. It's not his money. It's not his money. These are money from Kickstarter backers. He's not losing a single dime. If he doesn't make the film, he loses nothing. If he makes the film, it's not his money. He loses nothing. He's gonna lose this reference rip off of Saltburn, which I haven't even seen.
Nor have I ever intended to be one of the people paid by Telos. Neither was Nick. We made this very clear to everyone who asked. During our work on Telos...
To everyone who asked. He didn't say we made this very clear because he never said it. He said we made this very clear to everyone who asked. Well, I didn't tell that to you specifically. Well, you didn't ask me that. So try again. To the people who did ask me if I was going to make any money off of Telos, I told them no. Trust me, they're there out there somewhere.
And the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, as I said, as someone who grew up poor, I basically accepted all of them. And the YouTube Telos. Neither was Nick. We made this very clear to everyone who asked. During our work on Telos is also when the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, as I said, as someone who grew up poor, I basically accepted all of them, except for a few that I didn't think lined up with the message of the channel or had some bad news surrounding them. But there were a couple that had some anti-trans stuff going on in the news, and I just didn't want to associate with that. But by accepting as many sponsors as we did, which became very important when Nick and I started living apart and suddenly had 2 rents to pay, we ended up needing to produce even more videos, which, along with the work on Telos and making sure everything was okay with my dad while living thousands of kilometers away, meant I had even less time for writing, putting more stress on Nick and leading to even more copy pasting from me.
Chatter, you were correct. Wherever you are, I don't remember who said it. You were 100% correct. It would circle back around to be like, I was spending all of my time writing scripts and stuff that I needed to plagiarize because I was so busy with my other work. It was me. No, it wasn't. Why'd you just lie like that?
That's what led to us putting out.
I also said it. Thought it was squishy. Me. All right. I'm not checking. Never mind. You're all wrong.
6 videos in 1 month at one point. It might have been 5. But in any case, it was way too damn many videos to go out in 1 month. We tried to take the summer off from YouTube in 2023 to work on Telos exclusively. But even that went up in smoke because my housing situation just, I won't go into it here. I've talked about it ad nauseum on streams and stuff. If you followed me on social media, you know the clusterfuck I ended up in that led to me moving twice in 2 months. In the last couple of months, I've received a lot of emails, as you can imagine. Many from people who were rightfully let down. Some from people threatening everything from doxing to violence because of the internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay. They wanted to know why, as they put it, I nuked my social media presence. To be frank, it's because I didn't want to exist anymore. If you watched my honestly horrendous apology video back in
This isn't much better. So we're on time today, surprisingly. This is not much better. I will have to say, it's not much better, really at all. It's actually, okay, I won't say it's worse because he wasn't like, it might be worse. I don't know. I haven't gotten to the part where he's like, you guys hospitalized me for being so mean to me, that he said in the first video. Because that was pretty bad. That was pretty not good. After the H Bomber guy video, I had to go to the hospital and people had to check on me because they thought they were going to kill myself or whatever. Like when he said that, like, that's pretty bad. It's pretty terrible. To be like, I almost died and it was your fault. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't say that yet. Here he's just yapping. But we will see. We will see how it goes from here. Also, how can you watch this in single time speed?
December. You know I tried to make that happen. The not existing thing. But it was more intense than taking too many pills. It's not that I didn't want to be alive anymore. It's that I wished I'd never existed at all. That everyone I'd ever known would be better off had I just never been there. Very George Bailey, which is fitting, given that it was Christmas time. It's only thanks to some very, very dedicated doctors and nurses and one very...
I wonder how people watch his videos. His voice is so boring because of the writing that he didn't write. The people he plagiarized. That's...
very good friend.
This is not our responsibility. This is true. This is not our responsibility. Is Apollo here? Apollo hasn't been here all day. Apollo made a post on Twitter and then disappeared. Apollo's like, you're not hot anymore. I don't want to watch you.
That I'm even here able to film this right now. I'm not going to name her because I don't want to expose anyone else to the small but seriously unstable group of people who watched the plagiarism in YouTube video and thought, well, he should be dead. Like I said, it was a very small group.
But I don't want to boo-hoo him, but like this has literally nothing to do with plagiarism in YouTube. You know what I mean? Literally nothing at all.
But when they find out your address, and some of them are actually in your city, they can be terrifying. And they did find my address. And at least a couple of them showed up while I was at the hospital. My neighbors did report them to the police. And I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can. But there's a reason I left Ontario within a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel. These ones don't come.
What he said?
Report them to the police. And I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can. But there's a reason I left Ontario within a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel. These ones don't come from plagiarized content, and for the most part are written entirely by Nick. Nick lost 3 years worth of work when everything on the channel was taken down, and that's simply not fair to Nick. He worked hard writing those videos.
I think this is crazy. Let me explain why. Let's say let's say H Bomber guy, right, comes out, looks at these videos and finds more plagiarism in them. Right? James Somerton is back, but These videos are still plagiarized. This is specifically to do what people were saying that he would do from the beginning. And that is pushing all the responsibility on Nick.
And deserves to have something to point to when he's looking for new writing work. I've also done some heavy editing on other videos that did contain other people's writing, breaking it down to only original content, again, so that Nick has an actual portfolio of work. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, revenue from these will be going to the H Bomber Guy team to be sent out to the writers I plagiarized from or donated to charity. However it works out in the end. These edited videos will be going back up on the channel in the next few days, I think, along with 2 completed video essays that we didn't actually get to release before everything happened.
Does Nick person even exist? Yes, Nick does exist.
So some recent videos that didn't have any plagiarism that the sponsor asked to be taken down and their ads removed. So they'll also be going back up without the sponsors, obviously. And soon I will be releasing a new video written entirely by me, properly cited, with all sources credited. Maybe no one will watch it, but I hope you do. I want to prove that I have the ability to do this without abusing other people's work. It's a very different kind of video than I used to make, though. I'd say it's more of a documentary than a video essay. You won't find my opinions anywhere in there, just cited facts. I'd like to keep making videos like these new ones about people and events in gay history and definitive gay movies that you maybe never heard of, stuff like that. It's actually something that I planned on doing this year anyway. There would be 2 videos a month. Nick would write a video essay, and I would write one of these documentary-style videos that would fulfill the 2 videos per month sponsorship deal that we had at the time. I have no sponsors now, so probably not going to be 2 videos a month. It'll probably just be the one, which will give more time for research and citation and crediting and making sure that there is no misinformation in the videos.
Is it outside of the realm of like what should be expected to think that this person should not be allowed to be a content creator anymore? You feel me? I feel like once you like mess up like this badly to this degree, sorry, bro, you're done. Go get a real job now. No, it's YouTube. People have done way worse. Those people should also not be allowed to have a platform either. Should not be allowed to pivot either. You feel me? Like again, like content creation is like not like a necessity. It's not a right. You not be trusted, and now he's more desperate than ever. Like, what does he add to the space? Genuinely, what does he add to the space? Most of what he added to the space weren't even his words. He literally can't do this anymore. And I know it's like, oh, marketplace of ideas type beat. Like, if people like him, he'll watch him or whatever. But like, he doesn't add anything. Cool thumbnails. I don't think he makes thumbnails either. But craziest part of the video essay that just glorified college research papers. James acting like he's doing work cited as a monumental task. Yeah, I know. I've made video essays before. I've quoted people before. It's literally not very difficult to do. Just say, hey, this person wrote this thing. It's kind of sick, right? You should go follow them here. Or, hey, this is a work by this person, and I'm quoting it. Here is it on the screen. It's literally not difficult. It's not difficult at all. And he goes out of his way not only to not do that, but also to hide where he gets the work from. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy.
Which I know that misinformation made its way into our past videos. That was not something that we intended. In some cases, it was information that I was told by people that I considered experts. In other cases, it was information that we had researched. In other cases, it was things that Nick had learned in university. The point being, it was never malicious. We weren't trying to lie about things. So
all right, chat, enjoy this while I go use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Right back. Whenever something bad happens this week, true.
A lot of people think we were not trying to spread misinformation. That was not ever our intention. And that's something else that I want to apologize for. As for my Patreon, Everyone can stop worrying about me relaunching it right in time for a billing cycle. That will not be happening. I don't want anyone who either doesn't know about the plagiarism or simply forgot to unsubscribe to get billed. So I'm going to start from zero. I have put together a new Patreon account. So if you want to support my documentaries about gay history, fantastic. Honestly, your faith in me after everything means the world to me. If not, I completely understand. Like I said, I've lost your trust. I'm going to work my ass off to earn it back, though. And I know for some of you, I'll never be able to do that, but I'm going to try anyway. There's a link in the description to the Patreon if you want to join it, where you'll be able to see the two yet-to-be-released videos right now, as well as, take part in other stuff that will be on there, like a book club, podcasts, voting on upcoming videos, all the usual Patreon stuff. But this video is not about promoting myself. This video is about me apologizing. And I am incredibly sorry. It was never my intention for anyone to feel hurt or left out or excluded. It was never my intention to spread misinformation. And I'm really, really sorry that happened. And, as much as I've tried to explain myself in this video, the memory issues, the ADHD, the personal things that were going on in my life with my mom getting sick and then dying and trying to make sure that my dad was okay following that and everything, those aren't excuses. There is no excuse for what I did. There are lots of people who make videos on YouTube. There are lots of people who make podcasts, TV shows, movies, documentaries, who have shit going on in their lives that's very stressful. And they don't plagiarize people's work. There is no excuse for what I did. For everything that happened, whether it be with my mom or the memory issues, there was something I could have done to mitigate that. There's nothing I could have done about my mom getting cancer. But knowing my patrons, as I did, in hindsight, I'm pretty damn sure that if I had said, guys, I need to step away for a couple of months to deal with this, I don't think a whole lot of people would have fled the Patreon. A part of me thought they would at the time because I catastrophized, but I really don't think that would have happened. Even in the very beginning, when I was like, I got to get as many videos out as possible, if I had said to those people who subscribed to the channel early on, for the next video, I want to make sure that it's fully correct, and I want to make sure that, it's as high quality as it can
How could you leave us with James? I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I don't think anyone would have, unsubscribed or not watched the next video because it didn't come out a couple of weeks after the algorithm decided that I was important for some reason. I convinced myself of these things, but I don't think, in hindsight, looking at it, I don't think any of that would have happened. And so there is no excuse for the misinformation, and there is certainly no excuse for the plagiarism. I fucked up. Bad. I stole people's words and thoughts and opinions that they worked incredibly hard writing and publishing and finding someone to publish their thoughts and opinions and research.
Are you going to TwitchCon San Diego? Sorry, I stopped caring about everything he's saying. I stopped caring about literally everything he's saying. Are you going to TwitchCon San Diego? Plan your trip now. Book a hotel. Never been to San Diego? Me neither. I think it'll be fun though. Attendee. Let's see. I can arrive on this day and then leave on this day. Search. $309 a night? Bro, that's an insane amount of money. Bro, what? $299 is still kind of crazy. Do you know how much it costs per night to get a hotel in LA, downtown central LA, a 20-minute walk from the Walk of Fame? Chat, lots, $149 a night. These people are charging $249 a night. $100 more minimum per night than like central downtown LA. Can I just get a different hotel? Do I have to get a hotel with Twitch? This is insane. This is craziness. This is craziness. There's probably a hotel block for creators. I don't think I'm big enough to be like getting a creator hotel. Honestly, chat. I'm gonna be real. I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. This is for another time. Anyway, let's finish this video up.
Hard research that
Probably
they've
hit
done.
people at the split
And,
room.
in some cases, I put their names in the opening credits, which I
But
thought
like,
was fine.
sure. What if I meet like a baddie streamer, right? And I'm like, yo, I got a hotel room nearby. You know what I mean? And like, I take her there, and then it's just like, I don't know, like freaking Graham just like sitting down on the bed. How is that? How am I supposed to work? You know what I mean? It's gonna be college all over again.
But like I said,
It's possible.
Spoken with some of
It's possible. It could happen.
Okay. Because putting someone's name in
You don't know.
Okay, here's a list of people. Here's 7 or 8 people who are, even if it was everyone, even if it wasn't taking giant chunks of their work, paragraphs at a time, even if it was just a sentence here or there.
Give her back
Putting
shots
their
in the
name in
bathroom.
credits
That's
doesn't tell
crazy.
where their work is in the video.
So girl, sorry. Graham's got the bed for tonight. I got the bed for tomorrow. We can go to the bathroom though. No, I got a little blanket on the floor. We can work on. You know what I mean? What are we doing? What am I talking about? Sean Best Dressed Streamer Awards could totally pull a baddie. Maybe. I'm just scared of women. Women are intimidating.
Nobody can say, "Oh, I really liked that opinion," or
Tub
"Oh,
is
that's a really,
available, unavailable is
smart
true.
observation. I want to read more from this person, and then to find something you found interesting, you have to go play detective. And so, yes, just putting their name in the opening credits was wrong. I thought it was cool and cinematic,
scary.
but it was wrong. Citations should have been done properly. There should never have been just chunks of text being put into videos. There were times, like with the Queer History of Hollywood, the videos that I released this past spring, they were based directly on The Celluloid Closet by Vito Russo, the book, not the documentary. I expanded on it quite a bit, but it was based directly on Vito's work, and I credited him in the opening credits. And I thought it was okay to just do that because the book was out of print.
I've been told I'm scary.
Passed away, unfortunately, from HIV.
I mean, Katie, you're white and from Alabama. I'd be scared of you too. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. People are still bullying this guy. No, he made another video. It's kind of funny.
Complications due to HIV and AIDS, and I
Shut
looked
up,
at it
I'm just
more
saying.
as extending his legacy, making sure that people knew about the work that he did. But I don't think I ever mentioned his name in those videos. He was like I said, his name's in the opening credits, but I don't think I ever verbally mentioned his name. Someone who I have so much respect for, was kind of an idol of mine, and I never mentioned his name. It wasn't because I didn't respect him or anything like that.
Apology, it made me
also
very
wasn't
sad.
Because I wanted
Very
people
sad. Like you felt sorry for him.
to think that this was all me. Again, if that was the case, I wouldn't have put his name in the
You
credits.
fell
I
for
never
it, Brett.
wanted people to think that this was
That's
all
what
me.
his goal
So
is.
that's actually one of the videos I want to make. I want to make a documentary style video talking about Vito Russo and his life and everything that he accomplished, because he didn't just write The Celluloid Closet. He did a lot more than that. He's someone that people should know about. Obviously, people can research him. There's books about him, but I know it's easier to sit down and watch a 20 or 30-minute YouTube video than it
This is a long video, dog. It's on 2 times speed. It's 1.5 times speed.
Read a book. I'd like to make a video about Vito Russo, properly cited and not just copy pasted from a book. I want to do the work.
What did Bears say?
I want to prove, not just to you,
Oh.
but to myself, that I can do the work, and that's why I've started making these documentaries, working on these. I can't really put into words how sorry I am.
Sorry, he's Canadian.
I tried writing like a blog entry to say
He
that
was on YouTube videos. People need to get a life and stop.
And I just can't.
Companies
I
like
can't get
JSOR.
across how sorry.
I mean, he wasn't just stealing from JSOR. He was stealing from like actual like writers and authors and people who died from AIDS. Like he shouldn't be suicidal over it. Like people shouldn't like sending him death threats or whatever. But like he was the instrument of his own destruction. He could have just not have done that.
I am. And I know actions speak way louder than words. And I hope with my actions that I can show you that I am sorry. I'm sorry to everyone I plagiarized. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt. I'm sorry to people who feel lied to. I'm sorry to people who feel like I abused the queer community. It was never my intention. Again, I'm sorry to Jesse. There were actually several other YouTubers who were very nice to me. But I feel like with everything that went down, Jesse is the one that I should apologize to the most. I'm sorry for the people who felt scammed, who thought that Telos was a grift. It was not. It is not. I am very sorry.
Telos is still kind of grifty. Here's my problem with this person, right? Plagiarizing, not good. He probably shouldn't do it. My main problem is that he refuses to finish a screenplay, dog. How can you make a publishing company and you refuse to finish a screenplay? Literally any of them, just one of them. He has, again, this is a person, I'll be charitable here. This is a person who has a lot of ideas, a lot of big ideas. You know what I mean? He wants to do a lot. And he just has literally nobody, right, to tell him that maybe this is not a good idea. You feel me? Not popular take on this. Like, copyright. Most of the writers had already sold their work. He should have credited them. Is the only issue. Certainly not worth being chased off of YouTube. I mean, it's not about copyright. It's about respect, right? It's about like respecting somebody who you've claimed to have been inspired by, right? Like for like a good example is like Hasan like allowing people to use his YouTube videos, or use his Twitch streams or whatever and make content off of, right? But that goes for like mutual respect. I think it's somebody who makes good content, clipping Hasan to educate people, right? It's different than somebody clip shaming Hasan and posting that to LSF to stoke Hasan hate. Both are doing the same things, right? But one is operating out of malice and a disrespect for the content itself, and one person's operating off of true like respect for the work. You know what I mean? Like James didn't respect the work. And I think it's totally fine to be like, I think it's bad that he didn't respect the work. You feel me? He should have credited, but if he credited them, nothing else has to change about his video, in my opinion. Well, that's the crux of people's problem with it, is the crediting of the topic of discussion. You know what I mean? Like crediting of the writers. I don't disagree. I think you are correct on this. That's the biggest point, is that he refused to credit the authors, right? And like stealing entire paragraphs in certain instances could be, you know, fine, right? He did steal a lot, right? But like it could be fine if he says, because I do it in my videos as well. I'm saying, here's this excerpt of a Martin Luther King script, and then I do an entire text or entire chunk where I read off the script itself. You know what I mean? That could work, but I am properly citing and crediting the Martin Luther King script. You know what I mean? The problem is that he didn't credit them, and he did also not, or he presented the work as his own, as like his own, like he wrote it himself. And that's the crux of people's problem with it. You know what I mean? My understanding is that the bulk of the portions were stolen. It's hard to make a video when you have to quote other people for 80% of the runtime. I'll push back on this because I think that there is a way you can do it. A good example of that is the internet historian section of the video. This one, right? About the cave story.
Man in cave.
I don't think this video itself has too much issues outside of not properly citing or crediting the article that it came from.
Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that
even if it used or reworded certain aspects of the story, I think that's fine. The problem is it didn't cite the article, right? I believe the internet historian video, this one stole words too. Yes. But again, yeah, the whole video was the article. Yes. But again, I think that's fine. I think that's Brett's point as well. I think that's fine because he's adding something that wasn't specifically in the article, and that is the visualizations. It is an adaptation of the article. You feel me? I still think it should be done out of respect for the work, and that he should probably ask for permission and credit while doing it. But I think generally the concept of that is fine. Somebody doesn't do any of that though. He literally just reads. Well, I'm just saying in theory, we're trying to find a difference between like this and what Somerton is doing. I'm saying that theoretically, there is a way in which you can create this type of content and it not be immoral. You feel me? And it's if you generally have respect for the works and then you show that you are fine or okay with those works being utilized for whatever repurposing that it's used for. But like James, for example, had no respect. He just blatantly disrespected the work by not crediting where he got it from, taking documentaries and going out of his way to put those, again, without credit in his works. Overall, just blatantly disregarding the intent behind the work itself. In our story, in case feels more like an honest misunderstanding of how citation works, whereas James was deliberate in his citations or lack thereof. I could be biased though. A little bit biased because I do think internet historian just doesn't care. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. I just think the internet historian does not care, right? And like there is a avenue the internet historian can go into to making his videos actually, actually morally like righteous or justified. I just don't think he cares, which is also can be up for a debate of whether or not that's moral or legal or whatever. Internet historian did not represent the situation honestly at all. He lied when he got copy struck. I agree. I agree. I completely agree. My point is the type of content he does, there is an avenue in which that is a moral way to adapt an article or a piece of work. You know what I mean? There is a moral way to do that is different from James, in which, again, James has a blatant disregard for the work itself. I think it's a two if you worked with the article creator. I don't even think you need to work with the article creator specifically. I think you can just do it, right? Cite the article and even just like send it to like, hey bro, your article was great. I made a video adaptation of it. Let me know how you feel about it. And just send it out to him, right? You know what I mean? I think the article creator would have been like, dog, that's sick. That's awesome. I love that you adapted my work. And then game over. You move on to something else, right? There'll be no issues if you just have a general respect for the work you are adapting. You know what I mean? I feel the same way about this. I do about power. I don't know that when the left is starting to be copyright lawyers for massive publications in the free time. Those queer writers he took from don't get paid per view. They sold their writings to JSOR who paywall their knowledge. If I was a writer who stole it for, I wouldn't mind, to be honest. But that's different though, because they don't get paid per view, their only accolades are from references and from being cited in things, right? And so when they are doing other publications, right, that's what it's important to know how prolific their works are because they've been referenced in stuff. You feel me? So they can get more writing and they can get more accolades on the resume and stuff like that. And so I think it's important generally to just have, even from like a labor perspective, to just generally have a respect for the work that you are using. So now that person can be like, hey, I'm also listed in this James Somerson video. Therefore, it kind of increases their presence, which is all writers and authors kind of have. All they have is their name. And when their work is stolen and their name is sort of left out of the references of these major pieces of work, then like, yeah, it kind of sucks. You know what I mean? There were creators he stole from that weren't down with it though. When a woman found out his plagiarized, he sicked his fans on them. JSOR might not be ethical, but the people who depend on it so deserve respect and credit. I agree. That's my take. And everything he stole was just JSOR, published to JSOR. JSTOR? Jeez Louise. Some were self-published, written for exposure, stealing those thoughts and writings as if they were James's own thoughts. The smaller writers get snuffed in the cradle. Yeah. But that's the point. Right? It's that he didn't credit them, and that's kind of all that they they want it. I don't think we're arguing like different things, right? Because Brett thinks that they should be credited as well, right? Because I don't think anybody is like, oh, you've violated the sanctity of copyright laws, therefore James, you are bad. It was instead that you just had a blatant disrespect of these work when you are, touting this, like that you're knowledgeable about the subject, when you are kind of basing your knowledgeability off of the works of other people. Therefore, you should, at least, even by being a creator, show respect for the work by at least putting it somewhere, right? Putting it like credit for it somewhere. He just didn't do that. And if he would have done that, there would have been no problems, just generally. When you're reading something from someone else added as a quote on the video, I think just generally it's a respect thing. Here, I'll show us a situation of me doing this exact thing. Da-da, because in this video, my Blackwater video, I stole a lot of sources. Use a lot of sources. Them out under the name Eric Cartman from South.
They were one and the same anyways. Correct. You may not, it may have been redacted, but you were aware of the fact that that was a Blackwater offer.
Correct. But what is this hearing about? What did Paravent actually do? As it turns out, while Paravent was supposedly only supposed to be providing training, a Paravent employee checks out 500 AK-47s from a bunker designed to hold weapons for the Afghan National Army, signing them out under the name Eric Cartman from South Park. Many of the rifles were just never returned. I mean, even this is not even like the best type of freaking citing, right? But you can see the author's title in here, the name of the article that I got it from. Even I didn't even quote the article. This is just a example of like the information that I found on the internet. But like James would go out of his way to like cut the article name out of here, right? I cut the title of the author out of here. And it's just more of, this actually isn't the best example. I have a better example somewhere. Whose sole desire is the white. Is it? Also stated this. As we examine the deserving of death who targets helpless victims, specifically white women. Oh, here. Who makes it and provides a way out for their family to escape their generational curse. For many young black boys, that is their American dream. And like the American dream, it's fickle. As Billy Hawkins wrote in A New Plantation, what is the entire name of this book? I literally paused my video script to go find the actual name of this. As Billy Hawkins wrote in A New Plantation, what is the entire name of this book? The New Plantation, Black Athletes, College Sports, and Predominantly White NCAA Institutions. That's a long name. In that book, Billy Hawkins wrote this. Our purpose as black males in this country is largely defined by structural demands and institutional needs, which has mainly required our physicality. Therefore, to a significant degree, our experiences are shaped within the context of these demands and needs. There is a specific emphasis on masculinity and physicality. That's a citation. And honestly, I could have put the name of the citation of the book on the screen, right? But it's saying, hey, this is like what you're about to hear. This is where it came from, right? Even outside of the entire system of like copyright, right? Even outside the entire system of like private institutions or whatever. I'm not the foremost authority on NCAA and as it relates to the black body and its how it's commodified or whatever, right? I'm not the foremost authority on that. I learned what I knew from that book. And so trying to portray as though I am the foremost authority on that, taking the words from that book because it serves my purpose and not crediting that book, right, isn't only bad because, again, I'm stealing words from somebody else who wrote the actual information about this, right? It's also bad because I am portraying myself as an arbiter of knowledge that I do not have, right? And that is a big problem that it comes with a lot of James's material. A lot of like people thought James was knowledgeable about different things, right? But he wasn't, because he was just stealing words from people who are more knowledgeable, right? You're doing it right. And again, if you should have credit, if you re-uploads with credit, the videos are perfectly fine in my opinion. I don't disagree. I do not disagree. But I do think his issues go deeper than just him not crediting his things. Like his promising to make a movie studio and then not delivering anything to the backers. It's a multifaceted issue for sure. Yeah, I think we for the most part agree on the plagiarism aspects of why James Somerton isn't great. And again, if he would have just been like, yeah, my bad, I'll credit them and moved on, there was an issue. Have a lot of your own words between each quote. James literally just read whole paragraphs of authors, followed different paragraphs by different authors, followed by different paragraphs by different authors. Yes, but the problem with that is that there's just no real, even in literature, there's no real way to define how much is too much referencing, right? There's not a way to define that. And so, to be fair, you can have your take saying that that's too much referencing, not enough of your own words. But there's no true standard for you need to have 50% of the piece of text being your own words. You feel me? It just doesn't really or truly there's no way to fully define that. You know what I mean? I do think, what I will say is, I do agree to a certain extent that if you don't believe that your words are truly worthwhile enough to be added to a body of text, then maybe you shouldn't be speaking on a specific, issue. That I do think is true, right? If James, the picture that H. Bomber guy showed, for a specific script, if your script, for the most part, is all somebody else's words and not any of your own words, then maybe the type of video you're doing is not the best type of video as a whole. Maybe your voice is not needed or necessary for educating in that specific topic. I'm trying to find the actual I don't know where it is. Like this. Right? This is what people always reference. Be like, oh, this is how much he quotes. Right? Which there are segments of this that aren't highlighted, which would be his own words or whatever. Right? I do think that it's fair to look at this and be like, what is James specifically adding in this circumstance in this way? Right? And that is a fair conversation to have. And if he wanted to just be a documentarian or just to document things, then maybe his formatted video is not the best way of doing that, just because we understand that he, for the most part, is saying these words and are basically pretending like they're his when they're not truly his. You know what I mean? Maybe he needs a new format of video, or maybe he needs to rework his video in order to properly highlight his voice so that it's not lost amidst the sea of other voices he's referencing from. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. I personally think the second half of that wasn't necessary for him to add to his video to profit off of. Using any source, the line is where you build on analysis and or platform that content. We mean the second half of this. I don't know what we're talking about. If you actually curated something and made credit clear, that'd be one thing. What I take responsibility for in a situation like this is never actively contacting anyone who gets called out on these things, so as to not contribute. What are the coreless words on that screenshot? Was that his own contribution? I would assume that these are words that were said in his scripts that were not specifically referencing or quoting somebody's. So like either his or Nick's or something. It's the fact that he stole from so many people too. It's not even that, because again, I don't expect a YouTuber to be the arbiter of all knowledge on a specific topic, right? It's mostly the fact that, again, he's portraying that work as though it is his own, and that he is coming to these conclusions specifically, and the fact that he just doesn't credit them for these works in the first place. You know what I mean? If I want YouTubers providing videos which are largely them presenting other people's ideas, just say that. Yeah. I don't expect a random YouTuber to be a good example. Vince Vintage. Right? Who does these like fantastic YouTube like documentaries about like, you know, historical figures, teenagers who like get away from the FBI, stuff like that, right? I don't expect Vince Vintage to go out and interview these people. I don't expect him to curate all the information and do investigative journalism himself. However, I do expect Vince Vintage to say who the investigative journalists are, where he got the investigative journalism information from, and combining that, compiling that into a cohesive story that people can enjoy and are entertained by or whatever is a skill and does have value and provide value, right? But you still have to say where you got it from, even just from the aspect of like respect of the work. Because again, Vince Vintage could not exist without those investigative journalists. James Somerton could not exist without the works of those he is citing. And even just from a moral perspective, you have to give, kudos. You have to give credit or cite credit from the people who are doing that work, because they are just as important, if not more important, than the work that you are doing. Because without them, these videos would not exist at all. That's my take. Because if you don't do that, then even from like a leftist perspective, I expect people who watch my video about the commodification of Black identity, who wants to know more about this freaking Angela Davis quote or whatever, to go read Angela Davis. That's why I say, this is from Angela Davis, "Our prison's obsolete." Right? Because my goal is for more people to go read more Angela Davis. What I haven't gotten to yet. Right? What I didn't cover specifically in my video. And if I'm just like, bro, prisons are kind of bad, right? Yeah, this is coming from my brain. Nobody's going to read Angela Davis. Right? And I'm not doing that specifically for Angela Davis's benefit. Angela Davis doesn't need me to redirect people from my YouTube video to her. Right? I'm doing it for the benefit of the people who are watching me, who want to know more, who want to learn more, and want to know that the buck doesn't stop with me, right? Practice is not watching a Shonda Black video and then boom, you're knowledgeable about Black issues, right? It's about, okay, I watched this Shonda Black video. I have all of this ideas in my head. Where do I go from here? Oh, he mentioned the Angela Davis video. Let me go look at Angela Davis. Know what I mean? And then they look at the Angela Davis video. Angela Davis references somebody else. Oh, Angela Davis references like Mark Fisher. I'm gonna look at this Mark Fisher video. Oh, Mark Fisher references Lenin specifically. I'm gonna read some Lenin. X, Y, and Z. Blah, 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 blah. You're now super well-read leftist or whatever. And now you have no friends because you're reading books and stuff. You feel me? That's my take. But also, this person is very boring. He should stop being boring. The end. His apology bad. His apology is bad for a multitude of different reasons. Because he doesn't actually say, I'm sorry. It's my bad. I should have quoted people. I didn't. I will in the future. He says, I didn't quote people because my mom was in the hospital and she had cancer and we grew up poor and I had a lot to do on my plate and we were trying to make movies and our movie scripts fell through and Nick was trying to leave me and my dad can't read. And like, it's not true accountability. You feel me? It's not true. I will be better in the future. It's, let me explain to you why I wasn't in the wrong at all. That's my take. And now I'm tired. Did everybody do that stupid meme? They'd be like, wow, I'm now live doing the hardest job in the world. Couldn't be me. I could never. You can't be tired. You're right. I can't be tired. Streaming is the hardest job in the world. There, I said it. Cancel me. Cancel me. Everybody followed your lead. True. Everybody did follow my lead. X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. You're now super well-read leftist or whatever. And now you have no friends because you're reading books and stuff. I'm going to read some Lenin. X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. You're now super well-read leftist or whatever. And now you have no friends because you're reading books and stuff. True. Now stand by it. Hardest job in the world is being a wrestler. The hardest job in the world is being an ex-semi-pro wrestler turned MAGA rapper who raps about how it's crazy how the one that are labeled as controversial and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. This rapper pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if you mention race in the song, I'm scared to get killed for it. It's backward. It's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom. Now he doesn't want fans to be voted for Trump. We're all ashamed to be American. You're all racist. You can knock the stone the public. That's all I know. Sorry. Sorry. Remember his lyrics? I don't know the rest of it. What comes after that? What comes after that? Oh, he did drop a new song. Chat, you weren't wrong. Oh, it's muted.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have the right to
We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public.
Ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children, we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up.
As children, we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system we were taught to how to sit down and shut up. What does he say? We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have a right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children, we were taught how to walk and talk, but as adults, we were... Wait, what did he say? What did he even say?
We're taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up.
But system wants what? But system wants adults to sit down and shut up?
Wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now. The planet went...
Okay.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. You're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it, cause you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up.
Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist.
Cancel culture runs the world,
but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world.
Worst day for Canadian representation? True, chat. Would you rather be Tom McDonald or James Somerton? Let me know. Let me know. Which of these two would you rather be?
And shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're
Cancel culture runs the world and everybody went crazy.
Culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy.
Cancel culture rules the world, now the planet went crazy.
Label everything we say as homophobic or racist.
Label everything we say as homophobic and racist. Okay, I got it now. See, I have to remember this, chat, because whenever somebody brings up anything tangentially related to Tom McDonald, I have to rap it. And my goal is to eventually get to the point where I can rap the entire song, right? People will be like, yo, do you see the new Tom Scott video? Wait, that doesn't work. Tom Scott doesn't make videos anymore. Anyway, wait, you see the new Tom Scott video? I'm like, Tom Scott? You mean the guy that did with the whole... How does it even start? I think it's crazy I'm the one that they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rapper pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in the song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards. It's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, but now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children, we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Boom. Cancel culture rules the world. I don't know how the rest goes. What was it? Cancel culture something.
never freed the slaves. They really love it because you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy.
Cancel culture runs the world, now the planet went crazy. Label everything we hate as homophobic or racist.
Label everything we say as homophobic or racist.
Label everything we say as homophobic and racist.
If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association.
If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association.
All our childhood heroes got me too'd or they're rapists.
All our childhood heroes got me too'd or they're rapists. Okay, I got it, bro. Bro, off the dome, chat. Off the dome, chat.
Never.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if they mention race in the song, I swear I'd get killed for it. That's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, but he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have a right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy, and everything we say is homophobic or racist.
If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes.
Cancel culture runs the world, and now the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association.
If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes got me too'd or they're rapists.
All our childhood heroes are me too and they're rapists. Okay, I'm almost there, chat. I almost got it. Gotta let it marinate a little bit. What was I talking about? I think it's crazy. On the one who they label as controversial, and Cardi B is a role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I swear to get killed for it. It's backwards. It's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. You're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it because you have a right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children, we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture rules the world, and now the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic and racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. Our childhood heroes got me too to the rapists. Boom, did it. Boom, boom, did it. Watch that shit. Where you're getting these lyrics from? Myself. That's right. I'm the Jane Summerson of rap, baby. I only steal other people's lyrics. Let me stop. There's 100 votes for Drive Off a Cliff. There's only 116. Almost everybody voted for this poll. What? That's insane. Oh, never mind. It was Katie. Yep, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is what Katie uses her points on, by the way. On anything else? No. Rigging all the polls in her favor? 100%. Anyway, we're done with John, James, whatever his name is. We're done with him. Did y'all see this? Let me sort out the situation personally. When it's time to tweet about Hasan, when it's time to tweet about Palestine, which hilariously is still feeding into the point. But of course, you got 90,000 likes. But it's still feeding into the point. Muda is more likely to tweet about Hasan and the situation with Hasan than it actually is tweeting about Palestinian liberation. But of course, he then replies, right? On streams, I've maintained that this is a conflict that shouldn't exist. With death tolls rising and innocents displaced, I hope this conflict ends at some point before the end of my life. This is how most people treat this complex situation. We don't like seeing dead children. If you ask me this on stream, you'll hear these exact words relayed back to you. If you want to see change, write your MPs and ask them to discuss this on your behalf. Discuss this on your behalf. He can't even acknowledge. He can't even acknowledge the disparity in deaths. He can't even acknowledge the fact that 30,000 Palestinians are dead. 15,000 Palestinian children dead. Gone. Eviscerated. But he's like, this is a complex situation. The death tolls are rising and innocents are being displaced. This is so sad. This is so sad. Come on. Come on. But of course, I pay for the people of Ukraine. This is beyond scary. Of course. Literally, of course. And this is why I stand by what I say. Muda is an idiot. He's a moron. Of course, he has time to tweet 20 times about Hasan and how Hasan sucks and how bad Hasan is or whatever. But when it comes to actually, doing anything meaningful with his life, oh yeah, it's such a complicated situation, right? I mean, it's typical. It's typical. He's correct when he said that's what Normans think about, like the conflict, right? It's typical. But now you can't sit here and act as though you have the moral high ground when you're both sizing this fact. Like, you can't. exact same person who will be a right winger, alt right personality in like 2 years. I mean, he's basically already there. The type of people he has on his streams, his podcasts or whatever, kind of tell you that specifically. I'm gonna quote this. Legendary personalities acting as though it's difficult to tweet ceasefire is kind of funny. What's the current death rate? Exactly. I can't spell. I can't spell. Let's look it up. Death rate 29,000. I thought it was 30,000. Death threats? No, death numbers. Don't worry. When nobody got me, Google got me. Make sure I'm not lying. Palestinian death toll passes 25,000 as Israel announces the death of another hostage. That's crazy. And I guess it's a good post to show the disparity. That's oh, it is one. I thought it was like freaking early February. But in 29,000 I'll just say 30,000. Large internet personalities acting as though it's difficult to tweet ceasefire is kind of funny. Even in this thread, he's being applauded for not getting involved, and 30,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered thus far. Death toll Palestinians and Israel attacks on Gaza jumps to 29,782. I think 30,000 is apt. What's Sean's video about? It's an hour long.
Now, talking about an ongoing event. Hello everyone. Today I'd like to talk about the ongoing events in Palestine. Now, talking about an ongoing event isn't all that usual for me on this channel, but honestly I've found it hard to focus on anything else recently, which I'm sure a lot of you will understand. So instead of me wallowing in my thoughts, I'm going to share them with you in this video. I can remember the exact point when I started to really figure...
We're not watching this entire video. Legendary personalities, I think it's difficult to tweet ceasefire is kind of funny. Even in this thread, he's being applauded for not getting involved when 30,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered thus far. Nobody's asking you to be an activist by any means, but when you find time to tweet about Hasan 20 times and about Ukraine as well, it's not a crazy expectation to hope for something more than it's a complicated situation. Where's the
They say that I'm good enough. Grabbing my da-da-da. Think
I
about
have
shit
to
that
have
I
it
shouldn't,
saved. I don't. Okay. I want to discard it. I want to just give me this. Thank you. I want the freaking tweet that I just saw.
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
Where'd I put it? The tweet of Muda Twitter. Oh, here. I found it. No, this isn't it either. Gosh darn it. You know where it is, chat? Is it? No. The tweet of Muda tweeting about Ukraine. I just had it on the screen. I can't find it now. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It was literally just on freaking stream. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and copy this. Thank you. I'm stealing this. It's mine now. Zoink socialism, baby. No credit. Just call me James Somerton. Large internet personalities acting as though it's difficult to tweet ceasefire is kind of funny. Even in this thread, he's being applauded for not getting involved when 30,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered thus far. Nobody's asking you to be an activist by any means, but when you find time to tweet about Hasan 20 times and about Ukraine as well, it's not a crazy expectation to hope for something more than it's a complicated situation. Thoughts, chat? What do we think? More or less? Oh, wait. Boom. Perfect. How much private now? It's instead of it's. Nobody cares about freaking grammar. Now it's perfect. True. No, it's fine. Whatever. One more time. Oh, you got a new follower? I did. Oh, Nesua. Thank you for the follow. Sorry. It's very hard to keep track of all the follows and stuff. Much appreciated. Welcome in. That's why y'all were saying Nesua. I was so confused. Give me a second. That's why I have to use the bathroom as well. Large internet personalities acting. Should I say internet personalities or should I say content creators? Which one? Which one, chat? Internet personalities. I can always say I can do that as well. Content creators, yeah. Wait, which one? Internet personalities, you think? Is he washed up? I don't know. I don't think it really matters, honestly. It's just kind of funny. Not really. Gets like 500,000 views in 2 days. He's not washed up. I think it's funny though. Gosh darn it. But you're right. We'll just say large. We'll just put large internet personalities. He's not a commentator. That gives him too much credit. He does a lot of moral acting for someone who won't recognize or acknowledge genocide. True. Large internet personalities acting as though it's difficult to tweet ceasefire is kind of funny. Even in this thread, he's being applauded for not getting involved when 30,000 Palestinians have sought it thus far. Nobody's asking you to be an activist by any means, but when you find time to tweet about Hasan 20 times and about Ukraine as well, it's not a crazy expectation to hope for something more than it's a complicated situation. Keep in mind, by writing out the 30,000, you're still interested in the total overall total. It can be accurately reported for what's going on most Israeli sources. Even beyond that, this is just about like since October 7th. You know what I mean? Not including the last 76 years. I think this is fine. I'll post it. I'll stand by every word I said here. No, I should ban you, bro. Don't spam me no Brianna Wu looks. I don't care anything about what Brianna Wu says. Not in the slightest. Too many words. I think internet personality is fine. I was from KFL Logan debating her. Yeah, I don't want to see Brianna Wu at all. Ever. She can fade into obscurity. She's not even relevant. She's less relevant than like Vosh or Destiny is. You know what I mean? We can talk about Vosh and Destiny because they're like internet creators. They're streamers. But like Brianna Wu is nothing but like a Twitter poster at most. At most. She has no qualification to speak about anything she's speaking about. She only has a large Twitter audience. She's irrelevant. Irrelevant. And I'll stand by that. Talked about that. Most of the Chaya Rachik stuff is not really important. I think we're done. True. Yeah, this is where I'm gonna end it for your chat because I had to use the bathroom. Good stream. No Elden Ring today. Maybe I think Sekiro won the poll, so I'll download Sekiro and then we'll play some Sekiro soon. We gotta post about his ending stream. 100%. 100%. That's exactly why I'm ending stream right now. Half day again. Yeah, just a half day of 6 hours. You know what I mean? Based, honestly. So yeah. Hopefully, when I start stream tomorrow, there's not another crazy apology video and there's no more drama and there's nothing to talk about, so I can just start playing video games again. That would be so nice. Wouldn't that be great, chat? Wouldn't that be great that there's nothing that I have to talk about, right? And I'm sure nothing bad will happen in the next day. Or I'm sure I won't be like quote tweeted by Mudahar or anything like that and have a bunch of weirdo stands coming after me or something. You know what I mean? I don't think that'll happen. I just got Helldivers 2. It's sick. I also have Helldivers 2. I'm gonna play it later on today. The world will be void of information tomorrow. That sounds like the world's gonna be destroyed. I hope it doesn't happen. Well, anyway, yeah, I do gotta poop. So, I shall take my leave. Also, did y'all see that Twitch is like, okay, don't make me forget, chat. I had to buy my tickets for TwitchCon and buy my hotel for TwitchCon. I do both of those because I want to see my favorite streamers there and do some networking and stuff. All that stuff. The stream is ending. Also, tell me how to pronounce your name because like people were saying it differently in the voice chat yesterday. It was nice getting with you. Iacha? E? E? Accentuate the E's? Iacha. It's the Korean song. How do I say it in Korean? From that Soviet song, the USSR one, I'm getting different things. What does Iacha mean? Song for reference. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why the E's are so accentuated. Hasan loves this song. Of course he does. He's a nerd. And being a nerd, of course he loves this song. Because he's a nerd. You tell me the way she rocks in the room. Is that a very first time? I think you might lie, I feel so good, girl. Cause I don't know right, I'm addicted. Sound like an addict. I can tell by the way. Oh, do you think if I rate Hasan and get the shout out from Hasan's stream, that I get to 10K followers? Oh, well, we're doing it, chat. Boom, that's how we do it. That's how we freaking game the system, chat. We game the system in order to get a good, nice boost from the shout out. There's 24,000 people watching, and then we get in there. We're like, bada bing, a bada bing boom. We're trying to hit 10K. Drop me a follow. They don't even have to watch me. They just gotta follow. Then we on a nana, gotta. We don't need McDonald's because we're boycotting them. Yeah, because we're boycotting them. We don't need McDonald's because we're boycotting them. Because you're boycotting them. Whoa. Oh. They don't gotta follow. They just need to follow. They don't gotta watch me. They just need to follow. They don't need to follow. We don't need McDonald's because we're boycotting them. Because we're boycotting them. Hey, yo, what do I know? I'm just gonna go. We're gonna flow. Hey, yo, what do I know? Don't get me timed out though. Also, don't get timed out in the chat. If you spam too much, you're gonna get timed out. What should we end it on, chat? I ironically love the music component of your stream. Thank you. We just gotta keep singing, chat. Love, never knew what I was missing, but I knew once we start kissing. Oh, okay, he's gone now. Okay, right up.